pressure. Nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. Nope. I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit. I'ma let her. Come here. With this street code, I'll abide to the letter. 100, nigga. It's just me against me. I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga. Everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me. I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field to play. I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking no pressure. I'm digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags. You should know Liddy be a rebel. They watch the corner for a stat. Watch out. My little nigga be the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing. Like the drunk uncle at the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck my bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicker. She gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespect on that click. I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it litty. Cut a check for a quick. No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. Nope. I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit. I'ma let her. With this street code, I'll abide to the letter. 100, nigga. It's just me against me. I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga. Everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me. I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field to play. I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I ain't feeling no pressure. I do this shit in my sleep. I treat the hoes like a dog. While the bitches on a leash. I open up my palm. Then tell the niggas come and eat. I got a kiss in my hand. Can't tell me I ain't no peace. Lady counting his blessings, know he put me up on this level. My praise is up to the gods, but don't make me turn into a devil. I need to find that screw, cause I know my shit be loose. Went to sleeping on floors, now trapping out of the booth. No pressure, I ain't feeling no pressure. I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this
The untouchable empire, baby.
You're rocking with the best.
All right, y'all. 10 o'clock. Hey, welcome to the New Culture Empire, man. I could not wait. As y'all see, I ain't even dressed. House clothes on. I don't even give a fuck. Yo. Everything that I've been talking about, whether it's finance, courts, relationships, I swear to God, yesterday, across so many different levels, it came true. And I'm not just going to sit here and give you a monologue of how it came true. You are going to see how everything that I've been saying is true. They may not like it. They may not like how it's delivered. They may not like how it come across, but it's the guy, yo, from court to relationships to the drama, early in the morning. Tony, what's up? Yo, what's going on? Early in the morning, relationships, whatever. Friday morning, because I know it's about to be clipped. These videos about to be clipped. Those panels, it's about to be clipped. So I want to, for real, I want to be the first to break it. So, shout out to y'all. Don't forget to like, subscribe. You know, YouTube is back on the shadow campaign against me. Don't ask me why. Don't ask why. But y'all know how it goes. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you, broski, for the cash app, for the happy belated birthday. I appreciate you. So, it's my dog right here, so Fatty, Team Fatty. Don't forget to follow him at Team Fatty. It's my homeboy right here, Mr. Fantastics, my dog, Diesel TV. Opulent 6 is very knowledgeable guy. I call him the human dictionary. That man never used the same words twice. And that's a good thing. Ilkhan Ali. It's another one of the homeboys. We have on this show Kenya Stevens. Now, I think I've seen her before. I think she was on the Saints and Sinner. The Saints and Sinner. That's another channel. I like the channel. Y'all check out the Saints and Sinner as well. I remember seeing this lady right here. I believe, don't get me wrong, but I think he interviewed her. She's the one with 7 husbands or 4 husbands, right? And boyfriends. And I don't know how to pronounce her name, but I'm not familiar with her. I don't know Jasmine, Lady DY, DTM, and Heather. But as y'all can see right here, if y'all interested, hearing the guy say, y'all can check them out, follow them. But go ahead and follow Ilkhan Ali, follow Mr. Fantastic, follow Diesel TV, follow Opulent 6, follow Fatty, and follow everybody else. So the relationship, the super panel is, can I move on? Can the ladies move on? And it was a brilliant show. I'm actually going to put the link in the description to the video. I'm gonna drop the link. It was a brilliant show. So y'all, please go check this out, Team Fatty. It was actually a good show. But we're gonna start it right here. And there's a series of topics, but it's mainly can they move on, yada yada. But we're gonna start it right here and start the conversation right where it's at.
I don't know, King. So no one. Hey, well, King, shout out to you. King, I now know why you have 4 husbands, love, and several. Because if you making a nigga nut for 10 seconds, goddamn, listen,
she getting hosed down. She getting hosed.
Hey. But it's not. The ejaculation is just the liquid. That is a very short boy's orgasm. Ejaculation. I'm saying orgasm is deeper. Does not involve liquid coming out. It's an orgasm. Like a woman has an orgasm.
Yes, he does. He does. Hey, Ada, can you finish your point? And then Lady Di with the question and interrupted if she still remembers, okay? And then we go to the main event, friends. Sorry that we're being nasty, but I wasn't expecting this. We're going to go then talk about serious things. Go ahead, Ada. Should we believe woman? Because you said he met us. It's the chemistry and how we feel about each other.
It's a good question, y'all. Is it really about the chemistry? Or is it really about money, status, power, influence, sex, all those other things? Is it solely about the positive character traits, like has to be God-fearing, has to love dogs and cats and sing me lullabies at night? Is it really, really about that? Because one thing I find funny is every time someone says they had that type of man, the sentence always ends with, yeah, but there was something else. It never fails. It never fails.
The size matter. Should we trust women when they say size doesn't matter?
Size does matter, but like, okay, if you're doing a one-night stand, or like if you're vibing with someone and then like y'all have sex, it's because of the chemistry, right? Or whatever, the vibe y'all had. But then if it's just like, oh, I just want to fuck you, then it's like, okay, how big is it? And then you go from there, you know? So I think it just depends on the situation. Everybody's different. So it just really depends on the situation. But I do feel like it does matter to an extent.
What's up, y'all?
But I thought you said it didn't matter, but now it would matter. So it matters when it depends, like Analuya said. Is it Analuya?
Angela.
Angela. Is that Angela? Oh, she paused.
Yeah, that's a good question. Does size matter? And the only reason I ask that question, because throughout life, y'all, we always hear these conversations. But one thing that I've noticed that women can fake real good. And sometimes women fake it because they don't want to hurt the pride and ego of the man. So they'll be acting like they're really into it. They probably be thinking about someone else or whatever the case is. But I noticed that it always seems to matter when you get into a major argument with them. You notice how your size and performance, the true assessment of it, is always going to be displayed. You're really going to know when there's a big blow up. You ever notice that?
Out. She's still
on Gillette. On Gillette. That's it.
So
look at lip full of shorty, y'all. We got lip full of shorty. Angela. Shout out to Angela.
So okay, so but y'all agree with Kenya that most women lie, right?
Yeah, I think most women be trying to be nice about it. Cause you know, men, y'all be having self-esteem issues too. And if a woman just come right out and be like, sex wasn't it, a man will lose his shit. Like most men are emotionally stable.
Their ego is fragile.
It's crazy.
Okay, so women not the same way. So you told the women, hey, baby, that pussy's a little loose.
Good point, Mr. Fantastic. Because I was just about to say, hold on now. Because I mean, what she said did have merit. I get that. But come on now. No, like y'all ain't gonna run over. Oh, what? Man, that sure that thing a little tardy. What? Don't act like that don't happen either. I give it 50-50 on this one. I think it's right on both ends.
Who
that head was a little subpar.
Who you think more insecure, women or men?
Yeah. What we doing? Stop it.
Men are externally.
I say women are more resilient.
Yeah.
Resilient.
How?
Resilient.
Emotionally.
Mentally strong.
So
I'd say emotionally, because if you break a man's heart, he's liable to play with women for the rest of his life. I feel like women recover a little bit better when it comes to
I think so. That means
emotional
women are less
things.
likely to actually.
Hell, man, recover better, bro. Y'all will make every man in history future. Y'all will make every man in the future pay for that one heartbreak that happened to you when you was 18. Y'all, every man is doomed. You see it. You see it every day. You see it all day, every day play out in real time. It plays out. Absolutely not. And most of the times, they will get with the new man. And you ever hear him talk about the old man, the one that did him wrong, with the new man, always talk about how dirty they did them? Do you know what that is? The new man is there to take away the pain that the last man caused. But under the surface of that pain is love. You notice that a majority of cheating that goes on, the person always cheats like with the ex or the old boyfriend. You notice how they backtrack. It's not really so much cheating with a new random guy they just met at the mall or something. You know, it's always that somebody that they go backtrack to, because behind the pain is love. If she is constantly telling you about what the last guy did, how he did, what he used to do, what he used to say, always saying it, even when y'all first talking in the early stages, you best to believe that she still loves that man. You best believe it. When she stops talking about him and starts making it all about you, now it's transferred over to you now. But as long as you're that proverbial shoulder to cry on in the beginning stages, don't take what she says too serious, because she still is not over that man. I swear to God.
We love a man. That don't mean you're more resilient. That means you're actually less likely to actually love the man. If you're able to get over faster than we are, that means we actually loved you.
No, women are mentally tough.
That's not true.
No, they're not. If women were mentally tough, then why do most women shut down on just a conversation?
I don't know.
But Ms. C said the question is, at the beginning stages, I don't think it's no reason to lie. Because I think like every man, everyone will understand, damn, we just talking, you just got to relate. It's natural for you to still have those underlying feelings. You see what I'm saying? So I think the beginning stages is where you should be the most honest. Listen, y'all, either they're going to rock with it or they're not. There's no in between in the beginning stages. Do you know how many how many girls back then I was still able to book by telling them I got a girl. No, you can't come to my house. Come to your spot. Go to a hotel, and they be cool. Like in the beginning, I got a girl. The girls would tell me, I said, you got a boyfriend? Yeah, I got one. All right, yeah, shit. So what you doing? What's up? You all right? You cool? I'm gonna talk to you later on. Slide me your number. I don't even get mad. I don't even. I'll be like, yeah, true. I got you got a boyfriend? Yeah, I got you. I understand. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and put your number in right here. And they take my phone. Now, the only thing that's off limits for me is a married woman. You better leave a married woman alone, fellas. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if she's saying we separated out the house. You better leave a married woman alone. I don't give a damn what she tell you. I don't give a shit what she say. I don't give a damn how she talking about the relationship is in it. Leave a married woman alone. Alone. There better at least been 10 years since the divorce. He got a new family over there and she doing her. Leave a married woman alone. Leave them alone.
And shut down on conversation.
That's if they're an avoidant person. If they have an avoidant behavior or personality, then that person is going to shut down. That's either man or woman. That's not like a feminine, masculine thing.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
No, Ali, if you done, bro, go ahead. I'll wait for you.
No, it just like now it's just the Kenyans hitting us with that. I don't know women like that when we know most women shut down in conversations.
It's cool.
If most women don't get their way in a conversation, she's gonna shut down. But now you're saying you don't know women like that, but we know women lie too, right? You're saying you don't know no woman that shut down in a conversation.
Yes, but I don't think that's a measure of mental toughness. I think that's a tactic that shows mental toughness.
What measure? Mental toughness?
A tactic that shows mental toughness. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, what measurement? I would think that demonstrates emotional intelligence, though, even though I don't know how y'all keep putting that together.
No,
but
it's a strategy for women to shut down during a conversation. She's initializing a strategy so she won't get violently hurt. So yes, I might shut down.
So she wouldn't get I told you, victim. Everything got to be a damn victim. Like the victim.
If it's going up. Because
but Ken, like you said,
know that I don't want to be physically enthralled with somebody stronger than me.
Well, after this, I got a vicious display, y'all. I swear to God, this is just the opener. I got a vicious display, and I'm gonna start covering more of these courtroom settings because I'm gonna tell you this: if they can't even compose themselves in a courtroom setting, if they are lashing out even against the judge, in one of the most professional settings you're ever going to be in life, when the judge has the ultimate power, the respect for the judge is automatically, it's a set bar for centuries. If they don't even give a shit about that, everybody else is doomed.
No, you just proved the point. So if you have to result to the point of where you're angered by words, the way you have to get physically involved, that means you're weak. You're mentally weak. You can't handle a conversation. That's what we're saying. Right?
Now that's a real police. That's a real police officer. He got the police badge. He got the Black American flag that they all wear. Like he got his body cam. He got his gun. He got his equipment. That's a real police uniform. That's a police uniform.
But men. That's why you have.
Not true. But that's hold on before it's fantastic. You can move that fast, Miss Kenya. Who's more likely to disrespect and try to poke somebody to upset them and trigger them? Who's more likely to do that, a man or a woman? Who's more likely? No, don't see you're doing.
Look, she's about to do. I know. Ali caught it too. She about to do it. She about to slide that goalpost. I told you. Whenever the accountability or question, I mean, we majority we know the answer, and when they know the true answer, this is where the disingenuous starts on these panels. This is why I think all these conversations are circular, because even the answer, everybody's trying to protect from a "I got you" moment. Everybody's trying to protect their talking point. Everybody's trying to protect their belief system. So when you're trying to protect that and you're guarded, any answer, any question that's asked, and the logical answer may kind of go against all that, goalpost starts to move, deflection. When the question is centered on one gender, the answer will be like, well, I think all of us need to. Well, I think we all should do. You notice that? It's whenever the accountability is on one set of gender, you notice how their answer will always be, I think we all need to work on it. We ain't talking about all. We're talking about you. We ain't talking about all right now. Never fails.
But look, you're getting to that now. You said most women are lying. You're about to say anyone who's more likely to try to trigger a man and use their words against somebody, a man or a woman.
I think a woman.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. Thank you.
Exactly.
Because that's a tactic. It's another mental.
So that means they don't fear men. They know most men are not going to physically touch them or harm them. They can talk to them crazy. Do you think most men will talk crazy to a man?
Yeah. I don't think they would.
But
no,
if most women talk crazy,
no, because that shit going up. All that little shit y'all be seeing on these goddamn panels, that's because 1,000 miles away. Man, men know there's an imaginary line. There's an imaginary line with any men. All men know that imaginary line. And if you break that imaginary line, it's going up. Now, the difference between multiple men, you can't dictate what type of level they're going to take it to or not going to take it to. So that's why there's always that imaginary line with the men. Some men may blow your fucking head off with a disrespect. The other ones may cut you out back. Other ones saying this knuckle up. You don't know until you're in the moment who you dealing with. With men, we know there's an imaginary line right there. Women, they will, and it's all because it's the don't put your hands on a woman. Don't do that. And I'm not for certain advocating against that unless it's in defense of your life. Unless he's like coming at you with a knife. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. That knife can hit the wrong spot and you out of here. So given those extreme situations, the worldwide census is a man that's not supposed to put his hands on a woman just because he's stronger, he has more power, it can hurt her more than she can hurt him. We get that. So some women know that and they take advantage of it and they'll poke and poke and poke and poke and poke. And everybody has their breaking point. And when that person reaches their breaking point and lashes back, now they're like, oh, what the hell did you do? Why? Oh, you hit me. I'm calling the police. Sometimes it's not good to poke, 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 poke. I'm saying it's not.
To a man, it means they're not afraid of them.
I don't think it's not that they're not afraid. I think that they want something from them, like an emotional response, because the men are shut down emotionally.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. You said you switched your answer already. You said most women wouldn't do that because out of fear. They're not going to do it out of fear. Now you're saying most women would do it.
No, I said most women would shut down and not speak out of fear. They don't want the conversation.
Right. So stop right there. So stop right there. But then you just said most women would provoke a man.
Yeah, they would provoke him.
That's the contradiction. You said most women would be silent in fear of getting touched, but now you're saying most women would actually disrespect the guy and provoke him to possibly be able to do that because they know most men won't touch him.
Checkmate. 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 Because y'all, this what I be saying. Most of them, y'all, don't pay attention to nothing that comes out of their mouths because just let them talk long enough. They're gonna contradict. Don't pay attention to half the shit they say. Just don't.
Okay, I thought you meant two different circumstances. One, the man is escalating. If the man is escalating, she gets quiet. Now, if she's escalating the man,
that wasn't even there goes semantics.
Doing that for a reason to get him to get riled up.
Miss Kenya, do most women stop when a man is escalating?
I don't know. I do.
Now you don't know.
I do.
This is why Fatty. Hold on.
So,
no move. This is why Fatty.
So she can answer the question where will most women poke the bear? She says yes, and then she says. So the question is, do you know most women that escalate? I don't know. I don't. You see, and now it's all depends. I don't know about that.
Is asking y'all if size matters or not, because all of you keep changing your answers. We can't get the truth out.
Because Ali, what you missing is they don't really know what they want from the time they wake up to the time they go to sleep. They don't know what they want for real. And that's not a jab. Most of them, they just don't know what they want. They don't know what they want. You'll be amazed how so many adult human beings lack true self-awareness of who they are, what they like, what makes them tick, what doesn't make them like most, because we just walk through life allowing life to live us. Some we never really sat down and looked deep within ourselves and be like, yeah, damn, I was a piece of shit at this phase of my life. Damn, yeah, I was angry because of this. I never resolved this issue. Millions of people don't really know who they really are. If you really ask somebody, like, who are you? That's one of the toughest questions for them to ask. It's all going to be cliche answers, same old broad answers. But if you ever ask them, like, ask yourself, who are you?
No, but everyone has a different opinion.
No,
but hold on. Just go. So again, remember what we're asking.
Can you please let Mr. Fantastic go? And just for clarification.
Oh. So
I gotta get my
mostly.
I gotta get my YouTube premium.
It depends on the size.
I know my YouTube premium ended. I gotta get that back. I don't want to do it right this second because now this is the part I'm about to fast forward a little bit, y'all, because this shit's about to get. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Oh, it's coming up. Never mind.
I agree with you. I'm talking about right brain and left brain. Right brain bring feminine.
We're not talking about no, man.
It is a left brain function.
It starts right here. It starts right here. Now, I think she wrote a book. And she's popular. She's popular in her field. She's popular. Yeah, she's popular. She's an author. She's popular in her field. But this is the point where I'm trying to get at. She comes on this show and it evidences how some of our sisters hate the thought of following any rules of a man. Just the thought of being under any type of structure of a man is offensive to them. Just the thought of it. This is why they use this partnership term. They don't want to go 50-50 with the bills. They don't want to go 50-50 with family protection and security. They don't want to go 50-50 with the stress. The 50-50, when they say I'm a partnership, that's only due to authority. Since we're a partner, you're not up here and I'm not here. We're here. That's the only reason when they say I'm a partnership. It's for authority, supremacy. You're not going to be here in a relationship and I'm not going to be here. We're both going to be here. But everything else, all the major responsibility is on you. So when they say partnership, that's what they really mean.
Femininity at all. You know why I know there's not
right
femininity
brain versus left brain.
Is what you're doing masculine. Is what you're doing masculine.
You see right there, she has to get her point out. Look at Fatty's face. Look at Mr. Fatty. Look at everybody. Look at Fatty. Like, nobody can talk now because she is determined that she's going to finish her point no matter what. And this is the lack of respect that I'm talking about. She doesn't feel like she has to, in her mind, who the fuck is Fatty? Who the fuck is Ali? Who the fuck is everybody else? In her mind. So she feels like she can walk into Fatty's home and make him feel like a visitor, and she's the host. See that CEO title behind it? It's a statue thing. And how dare you tell a CEO to calm down and let somebody else talk? I'm used to having 4 men acquiesce to what I want to do every day. So you men are going to do the same things I'm accustomed to. If not, I'm going to act the ass and I'm going to put y'all back in y'all place. So I'm going to keep over talking until y'all submit and shut up and let me talk. What's up, y'all? Watch this. Oh, it gets better.
Masculinity and femininity.
But it's what you're doing. One second. It's good for the show and is kind of exciting that you have a bubbly personality. But you like powering through and over talking even when you see. No.
See, right there. I told Ali. See, all Fatty was saying, I like your enthusiasm. I like what you're going, but you're kind of over talking the guests. It's kind of nobody can really get in. It's kind of getting a little bit too much. In that moment right there, instead of saying what most people do, all right, my bad. Her pride and ego now got in the way. How dare you tell me anything about me? If it's not a praise, if it's not a coddle, if you're not kissing ass, they don't want to hear what you have to say. They don't want to hear it. Fatty was just saying, hey, because it does make for a bad viewing when everybody's, you got like 4 different people trying to make a point. You trying to, all right, what you saying? All right, what you saying? Damn, I'm lost. And that makes people want to click out. Or they'll stay for the bull BS. But this right here, that moment, I need y'all to pay attention to that moment. It wasn't because I told Ali. That is the shield because her pride and ego's involved, and she feels like she's being put on the spot by being asked to, can you just tone it down a little bit? That's it. But her pride and ego won't allow her to just say, okay, my bad. Nobody would have thought about it. 5 seconds later, continue the show. And most likely she would have got the mic right back.
One second. Kenny.
You see that? I have my own television series. You see, that it goes back to what I said. Who the fuck are y'all? You let me on your show. I'm the star. I'm going to do what I want because I feel like I'm in a superior position in life than you. And I'm used to controlling everything. So everywhere I go, I need to be the center of everyone's universe.
That you have a bubbly personality, but you like powering through and over talking even when you see. No. One second. Kenny. No, 1 second, Kenny. Kenny, you are doing it. You are doing it right now. You are doing it. You are doing it. You are doing it right now.
I've been in this for 18 years. I got my television series. I warned Ali. What did you warn him about? That you're not just going to let other people talk? And nobody's saying it's a bad thing at this point. But this is the part that most women think like her. Whether they're on a higher stature in life or making $40,000 a year. No one can tell them anything of a system. It's looked at as you're trying to exert authority over me. And they will push back against it. Now she has to hail off her accomplishments, which has nothing to do with her over talking. What does your accomplishments have to do with that in this moment? Told you.
That you have a bubbly personality, but you like powering through and over talking even when you see. No. One second. Kenny. No, 1 second, Kenny. Kenny, you are doing it. You are doing it right now. You are doing it. You are doing it. You are doing it right now.
I love it. You don't put me on your show. I said
no, we are doing it right now.
Teacher. And what I'm sharing with you is that our right brain and left brain.
So since she's a teacher, everybody has to shut the fuck up and let her finish however long it takes her. We got to shut the fuck up because we all need to learn from her. Everybody shut the fuck up and learn from her. Shut up, silly man. And you learn from Kenya F. Stevens.
Yeah, now you're being disrespectful. Relax. Okay. She's still talking.
Let me see.
You still
discipline. That is a
no. There's no discipline. You are being Miss Kenya. Respectfully,
Miss Kenya is where you
Miss
relax.
Kenya. Miss Kenya. Please, Miss Kenya. Miss Kenya. There's Miss Kenya. Everybody on the panel is being nice to you and respectful to you. You can't be doing that.
She's still
talking.
Can she hear us? Is it the land?
She's still talking.
No,
No,
I
she's
can't
talking.
hear. I'm gonna talk.
No,
I'm sharing with you.
Hey, Miss Kenya, is there other 9 people on the panel that came here to talk to Miss Kenya?
And she said she got some men that ain't.
No, she's still talking. Like she's still talking.
Hey.
You're going to keep talking.
She good now.
Hey,
She
now
good
1
now.
second.
Those
Miss
are my
Kenya.
books in the back, by the
Now,
way. Guys.
yes, we are going to promote. We are going to promote
Sov
everything. Miss
Cit,
Kenya.
free.
1 second, Ali.
This is a professional, y'all. These are your professionals right down here at the bottom left screen. These are your professionals. These are the professionals. What's the difference between a professional and a ratchet 304? What's the difference nowadays? What's the difference? Mr. He says she hey hey y'all, what's the difference? What is the difference between her? I think she's 40-something, probably in her 50s, looks very good for her age, very beautiful woman. But what's the difference between this behavior and the behavior from a 24-year-old that we see on the panels? What's the difference? So when everybody's like, Shannon Sharp, you should have dated a woman. Yeah, for what? For what? Are you going to get the same behavior in an older package? And it's even vicious. For what? What's the difference?
Respect goes a long way, Miss Kenya.
Baby.
If you are willing to disrespect strangers that did nothing but be nice to you, while you keep over talking us, and when we tell you to stop, like if I'll go to your show or I go to your book meeting, whatever, if you tell me to be quiet, I will be quiet because that's not my job. It's your job. You are the host. No, please, no. Can you listen to me? Can you listen?
Told you. I'm telling you, she is not used to having her behavior like somebody telling her about her. I'm telling you, because the way they see themselves, everybody else has to see them that way. And if you point out anything within me that vast differently from how I see myself, it's gonna be a problem.
Listen to me. Can you listen to me?
I will answer the full question.
So can you listen to me? Can you stop talking when we ask you to stop talking?
If I want to.
Told you. What I say? If I want to. Oh, he said, can you stop talking when we ask? Didn't even say tell you. When we ask you to stop talking. She is so much in her pride and ego right now that she can't even humble her professional ass and be like, okay, my bad. But she don't want to look weak. All you have to do is just look.
No, it's not. I want a definitive. No, I want a definitive question. Can you?
I've answered the question.
No, please, Miss Kenya, because this has to do with respect. I'm being very kind and very nice. I'm not trying to be domineering. One second, Miss Kenya. For Miss Kenya, please, for the sake for the Miss Kenya for the show, please. And I'm trying to be nice. Can you stop talking when I ask you to stop, or I'll ask you to stop because we are the hosts? Can you do that, please?
Look, she done worked herself into a hot flash. Look, she done worked herself into a hot flash. She's sweating like a motherfucker right now. She done worked it. She done worked herself up to a sweat for nothing. And all she had to do is just sit back and chill.
How about y'all don't ask me any more questions?
This is Sparta!
These might be risky.
Hasta la vista, Persian.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views.
Hey.
I try my best.
Hold on. Hey, hold on 1 second, y'all. Because I don't think this is. Okay, never mind. I got it back in order. That's not your fault. That's not your fault. All right. So I just wanted to highlight that one part. Because as you can see, that and the official link is going to be dropped. The official link is going to be dropped in there. But here is second one. What are y'all thoughts?
Yo, what you got this nigga over here for?
Because it's my kid's father.
Kid's father? What you mean? Why you got this nigga here? Why you need to be here?
Because he's a...
So girls gets caught bringing BD to the house. Who's wrong though?
Supposed to know where his kids live. Like, why can't he know? Why he can't know?
He can know where he lives.
She is thicker than a snicker though. I tell you that much.
He can know where his kid live, but why he here though? Why he here?
Because he
at
came
my
to
house.
see his kids. He came to see me and the kids. Let's be technical.
Yeah, we got kids together, bro. I thought you knew that already though.
I knew that, bro. You can't talk to her on the phone. Y'all can't do this shit on
That
the phone.
That don't mean nothing. Like, I wanted him to come up here. I wanted him to see the new house or whatever. So therefore, he's here.
The new house, like you helping. You got this nigga pulled up in my.
Nigga, you ain't go get a rental. The lights on your car dingy as shit. And you pulling up like you, like...
My driveway like this nigga paying bills, like this nigga live here.
I live here. His kids live here. So he have every right to be here. So what are you mad for recording?
We just talking about the kids, you know what I'm saying? You ain't even gotta have the phone.
Bro, I'm not even really talking to you. You know we don't get along. You know me and this nigga don't get along.
Okay,
so why you here you the problem, bro. Why you here?
I'm the problem.
You the problem, bro.
You know, you already
It's the reason why you and her ain't still together.
We got kids together, so I don't really expect you to understand. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, we talking about the kids. We ain't talking about you. Whatever
you don't even care to talk about
doing.
Like I said, I'm not talking to you, bro.
Well, to a point, what do y'all think, man? Yeah, what do y'all think about the BD? Who do y'all I mean, I don't know the background of their history, but to a point, either he's playing his part real cool because he may still be smashing on the back end and don't want to, you know, have a, you know, go back and forth with him. What do y'all think about the BD though? Like, is he playing it cool? Do you really believe he ain't really tripping, talking about the kids? I don't know.
Bro, I'm talking to my woman. She got another nigga at my house. I don't care if it's a baby daddy or none of that, bro. Y'all
like
can call on the phone.
Like we in the bedroom or something.
No, but you got your car over here like you live here, bro. You don't pay no bills,
you
no
ain't
this shit.
here. You've been at work all this time, so what do you?
Yeah. Oh, so she was out. Oh, so why? I see it now. He said, I love when people want to be responsible parents after they break up. If you know how to really care about the kids, remain a family. That is a bar. That's a bar.
You're rocking with the best.
That's a bar. That is a bar. How fake he work. That's what I'm saying. So that's a part. He was at work. He just happened to shoot home. So the fact that she timed it, so convenient that he wants to see the kids while he's at work. I don't know if the kids are in the house or not, but at least let him be there. Why you like? It's like you sliding him in while that's that shit right there.
What are you mad for? You weren't even here, so he can pull up in the driveway.
It ain't the fact that I'm mad.
He said, "What you mad for? You wasn't even here." So he pulled up in the driveway. You are defending BD too much for me, shorty. I know you're thicker than waffle about it, but still.
It's the fact that you disrespectful, yo. You ain't tell me this nigga was here.
I didn't have to because I live here too.
Wow. Oh yeah, she blatant disrespect. Oh yeah, they fucking on the side. When she's doing that much defending, because a real woman would have recognized her errors and been like, hey, all right, go. Just go. Just go. And then she tried to patch it out with him. All right, just go. But she's not telling him to leave right now because obviously it's causing the issue. Oh yeah, there's something going on behind the scenes.
Like I said,
you hella disrespectful.
We talking about the kids. You gotta.
That's the point. I'm just saying, like she hella this. Like I don't gotta tell. I live here. Oh yeah.
Focus on the kids. Like I said, I wouldn't expect you to understand.
You wouldn't expect me to understand, nigga. Don't you know I got a kid with her? That show how much you ain't in the loop, bro. Okay. It's a reason why we don't.
In the loop because you take care of his kids and he take care of his kids.
The fuck I'm taking care of his kids for if he here? Why I'm paying bills? If
what? Oh, she the ultimate winner. You taking care of his kids, and he taking care of his kids. Sade, he need to be taking care of his kids. Now, by default, I ain't gonna show favoritism amongst the kids, but she just said you take care of his kids, and he take. Oh yeah, she. Oh whoa, wait.
If he here, nigga, if you here, why I'm taking care of the bills? Why you can't pay? Why you can't pay child support?
Did you not know that whenever you got into the situation? Did you not know that she had
crying? Who cried? Oh, crying. Now you.
Now she about to start lightweight disrespecting him. You cry too much. I told you. You know what that means? You know what that means? She's laying the groundwork to slide back with the first baby daddy. She's laying the groundwork. It starts right here.
Getting disrespectful.
Like I'm done, bro. You
Bam! It didn't even take long. It didn't even take long. She just said it. I'm done, bro. I told you she was laying the groundwork. I ain't stupid. And she needed an excuse and a reason. And he just gave it to her. I ain't dumb.
You are rocking with the best.
I ain't dumb. That was fat. Exactly. Exactly. I said she was laying the groundwork to slide back. What did she say 2 seconds later? I'm done. Told you, because she wanted to get back with him anyway. Because she didn't make his ass leave. She defended him. You know that's what it means. She's fucking with him. You know it. By stupid. My aunt, God rest her soul, Aunt D. Man, she put me on the game when I was like 13, 14. She put me on to, I was learning about grown women when I'm like 13, 14. She used to get drunk and just put me on game.
Mine too much. I can't do it.
You done, but why you still here? You and your kids still here? You done?
Right.
If you done, why y'all still here?
Your kid is here too.
Yeah, my kid gonna stay here.
Okay,
if you choose to leave,
stay here too. With my other
but you done.
Oh, but she done. Oh, so told you, open door relationships. So she went open door. We done, but we still gonna be here. And since we done, if I decide to bust it open for real, I'm going to, while still living in the house. Oh, that's her mind. She's already playing it right there in her mind. That's how she's going. Boy. And then what she gonna say? We not together. You are in my house. No shame, no respect. They don't see nothing wrong with the way this thing. They don't. It's they.
No. How you done? But you gonna stay here? You done with what?
Dealing with this conversation with you. You
ain't.
Oh, see, now she come to her senses and realize, hold on, I can't really be done because obviously the first baby daddy may not be above the man right there. So then she had to come to his, hold on, I ain't really done. I'm done with this conversation. Told you, they always double talk like that. She said, I'm done, bro. But then when she came to her senses, realized, hold on, that might be a dumbass move. Oh, I'm done with this conversation. I told you, they double talk. Why didn't she just say, bro, I'm done with this conversation right now? Because that's not what she really meant in the beginning. I'm telling you, womenese.
Done dealing with nothing. If you ain't done dealing with nothing. If you at my house, you ain't done dealing with nothing. I pay the bills here.
About everything.
This why I ain't wanna, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this why you should.
And he shouldn't have. And he said, and honestly, I don't blame old boy too much. I don't blame old boy too much for the simple fact that the blame rests solely on her. Ladies and gentlemen.
What if recording high quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star?
Bro, what is this edit podcast? What's the name of this? Edit podcast like a dog. Y'all need a new marketing person in front of that camera. He looked like a cold-blooded predator. No disrespect. He looked like if the feds was to seize his laptop, he's getting locked up for child. Don't ever have him on the camera again.
Was as simple as hitting.
The police is right here. I don't know if can I turn the camera? The police is right here telling me.
Y'all, this shit right here is the epitome. This is the epitome of what y'all, it's all gonna play out right here. This is all gonna play out right here. Share this video, y'all. Share this now. This is all gonna play out. Listen, I know we do panel reactions and TikTok, but I'm looking like, what better way to see the behavior on display when it's courtroom and kids are involved. Everything that y'all see on the panels, it's all personified when you do reviews when they're in the courtroom, y'all. I'm telling you, watch them in the courtroom. Everything is on display. It's all wrapped up in one pot. I swear to God. Woo! Share this video. This shit about to get crazy.
That they're here to take my child away from me.
In Judge Manning's court, we have a TPO hearing.
Fair use.
That turns dire, leaving the judge to make a tough decision. Thank you for watching, and let's get into the video.
All right, Brown versus Kennard.
Here.
All right, can y'all raise your right hands for me? Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this petition for a TPO is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
All right, you have any witnesses, Miss Brown?
No, I don't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. Miss Kennard, do you have any witnesses?
Not physically.
So this is a TPO, temporary protective order. Michael Brown and the mother of his child, Perlia Kennard. They is in a child dispute, and I'm just gonna let it play out.
I have a witness, but it's only over the phone, so I don't know if that counts.
Is anybody on Zoom that your witness, ma'am?
No.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Mr. Brown. Tell me what's going on.
Yes. I got the TPO order from some incidents that occurred. The most latest one I have that occurred on June 7th, where me and Perlia was having a disagreement, and she ended up grabbing a knife from the kitchen, and she ended up chasing me with it, and pretty much attacking me with the knife. I got video footage of it, and I had to run out the house and go through the basement at one point. At that time, I took some video evidence of a cut on my finger. Made it back up. She chased me again at another point. I ended up getting a knife from her. And that was the end of that day. I did not contact police. And another incident that month happened on June the 7th, where she was just being verbally abusive, saying things like nobody likes me, my sister, my dad doesn't like me. She wish I was dead, stuff like that. She wish I died in my sleep, things like that. And she also jumped on me and attacked me that time as well. And I got video evidence of that. So that's kind of why I'm seeking this protective order.
So tell me what it is about the knife incident.
Y'all. Yo, you would have thought a spirit got into old girl's body. Watch this video.
What exactly happened?
We was having a disagreement. We talk a lot. We were having a disagreement. I believe it was about, it was probably concerning the child, with her, she's a nurse and breastfeeding, doing marijuana. And it's just a disagreement. And
remember the laugh? It's a tale.
One thing led to another, and she ended up grabbing a knife from the kitchen and chasing me with it. And she was telling me, don't call the police, stuff like that, you know, because she, you know, don't want to get the baby taken away, stuff like that.
Did she end up stabbing you with it, or?
Yes, I got some proof. She bit me on my chest. I got probably 2 cuts on my right thumb. I had like I got some type of cut across my chest that I got some proof of.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to White Refi. White Refi.
Some across my shoulder, you know. Yeah. It wasn't, no, I didn't get, it wasn't anything that completely punctured through that I needed to go seek medical attention. It was more so first aid. Yeah.
Was she arrested?
No, I did not contact police.
All right.
The time that I did contact police was when she broke down the bedroom door. And I have a police report of that. She did admit to that.
All right. And then what had happened like the first part of June 7th? That happened May 2021?
Yeah, June 27th.
He's laying the groundwork. He's laying the groundwork. It's important to hear what he has to say because he's just laying the groundwork.
I mean, I'm sorry, June 7th.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, she was I don't know how it started. I really don't know because they usually always start from disagreements, you know, and it led to her verbally abusing, you know, just telling me things about, you know, how no one likes me, and you know, I guess assuming why we can't communicate properly. You know, she's justifying why we can't communicate properly, saying no one likes me and no one, you know, wants to listen to me. And nobody cares about you. I wish you were dead. You know, she punched me, jumped on me.
I told you, remember, you will never know how a woman really feels about you until you have a major blow up with them. That is the day you really meet the person you're with. However they react in that situation, that is exactly who they really are.
Pulled my hair, you know, even bump the child during the altercation. She actually grabbed the knife during that time. The only footage evidence I got of that is me actually hiding the knife so she can't see it, so she can't get it, because I had got it from her. Share screen. Yeah, this is some pretty graphic stuff here. So I'm just warning you.
Oh man. Stop. Hey, girl. Please stop.
Can you hear anything?
Man,
I got
Put the phone down right now. I'm stabbing
I'm
you.
sorry.
I'm gonna go to jail anyways. Put it down.
Girl, I'm not calling
You wouldn't
the
let me
police.
call the police in the first place.
Girl, stop. Stop. Please. Please.
At that point, you see me going out the door, running out the door. And you can see her through the window here, like closing the door and locking it. But I had the basement window open, so I got back in through the basement where I came and made this video.
This is a cut from me blocking, and also.
But you know what's so crazy though, y'all? I'm gonna let it play out to the end. Watch what the judge is going to do something.
I don't know. You see a long gash, punched me in the eye as well, but it's forget what happened.
Don't that sound like some shit that you see in one of those horror movies? Those paranoid movies. Don't look at it again. Yo, as soon as she cocked back, a straight right would have been down the pipe, 2-piece down the pipe. Straight right. As soon as she cocked back, this here, right down, fall over, she would have been on her back pocket. And what he say? Slow-mo is diabolical work. He said, you what? Nah. No, I'm reporting. I gotta give it to you in the essence that we gotta capture the essence.
This is Michael Brown. I have shown abuse, stab wounds, stab marks from the knife. I believe I have one on my shoulder here that's bleeding right now. There's a mark right here across my chest. My eye is still healing. You can see a bite mark. And you can see the big bite mark on my chest here from her teeth marks. She pulled me by my hair. So that was June 27th. June the 7th here.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
YouTube know what they doing. They see me play that knife back. Now they want to sell me a knife. You seen that? Y'all see that? They saw a big ass knife. Now they want to play the knife back. Look, y'all seen that? Y'all play that? Hold on. It was just a knife. Now they want to play the knife back. Now they want to promote buying a knife. They selling knives now. Hey, they like you highlighted a knife. Want to buy a knife? Hey, yo, they think they got all the sense, bro. Yo, they promote. They say, oh, there's a knife. Hey, buy a knife. Yo. I started off, I didn't, I just started with, these are bite marks. June 7th here. These are bite marks from earlier. And I pretty much kind of ran into the room to get the footage. And you can see I cut the light off here. I didn't know what to do really. She's coming in the room. She's coming in the room. I'm gonna record this.
Everything to us. You do everything to us. You do everything to us. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Y'all hear that? You hear the voice? She's possessed. You hear that?
You do everything to us. You grown ass man. What's up? You ain't doing that now. What's up? Oh God. Fucking disgrace. My son won't be nothing like you. You want me to hate you? I fucking do. You bitch. I hope you do die.
That's what she said. She
Told you. I'm gonna say it again. What comes out of their mouths in a heated dispute is how they already felt.
Fuck you do, you bitch. I hope you do die.
That's what she said. She hope I do die.
I repented. I didn't feel like that. Just cause you was the father of my son. But nigga, you an evil motherfucker. You
hope I die? You hope I die?
Evil motherfucker. I hope karma.
You hope
I
I
hope karma lay his ass on you. That's what I hope. I hope karma lay his ass
That
on you. Hard. Please die in your sleep. Die in your sleep.
Die in my sleep?
You must have a happy life.
Die in my
Without
sleep?
you, yep, go to sleep and die. Yeah.
I wonder what the sisterhood gonna say about this.
You want me to die?
Go ahead.
Yes, Thomas, the kids hear that. Kids hear the kid is up. The kid is not asleep during all this. The kid is not asleep.
Everything
I
that
don't
you
want
put
you
me
to
and my
die,
son
man.
through, everything that you been put me and my son through, hell yeah, nigga.
I don't want
So
you to
that's
die.
what it's gonna take for
I'm
me.
sorry.
That's what it's gonna take.
Well, let me go. I'm sorry. I don't want you to die, though.
Do that. Do that. What, you recording me? Let me see your phone. You recording me? You recording me? You recording me? Right. Don't like you. Your daddies don't like you. Your sister don't like you. Don't nobody like you. Don't nobody want to be around.
I'm gonna say it again. She said your daddy don't like you, your sister don't nobody like you. Nobody want to be around you. But you had a child with him. So you had a child with a man that not even their own family despised, according to you. But you had a child with him. So obviously it wasn't an issue then, but now it's an issue now. Why is it an issue now? Because when they're set and triggered, women will say the most vile, disgusting, nasty, hateful, evil, spiteful, benign, degrading things out of their mouths with no shame, but then they will show up in court playing the victim.
Don't like you. Your daddies don't like you. Your sister don't like you. Don't nobody like you. Don't nobody want to be around you. Don't nobody love you, nigga.
Everything she is saying, there's no limits to what a scorned woman will go to hit below the belt. There is no limits. They will say things that they know in the moment that they won't be able to come back from, and they will still say it. All because of their feelings in the moment. And then worried why when they do get back together, the man don't ever look at you the same again. Don't ever really respect you like that again. Start cheating on you again. Some things what you say out your mouth, the relation, it will never be the same again.
Oh, son barely love you, nigga. You don't even know the conversation me and Mason had, bitch.
See that? Your own son barely loves you. You don't know the conversations we barely had. So you had these conversations with his son, harbored the conversation. You didn't bring it to him like, hey, I think you and your son should work on your relationship, man. I was talking to him and he expressed this, expressed that. She didn't say nothing about it. She kept it in the chamber to use it as an attack. Typical modern woman behavior.
Don't even know the conversation me and your son that had about you, bitch. He don't like you for real. He see through all your bullshit. And you think he just like he did everything. I can't wait to get my son away from this shit. My son away from this shit.
Want to get your clients instantly approved for up to $30,000 in financing at 0 down? If you're a coach or agency owner or run a high.
Bro, you know they paid you like $250 to come on the screen in front of a laptop and say that. Sit down.
You want to fight?
Stop.
I had hit the knife at another point. I just grabbed it because he got close to the room.
I gave it all to
Under
him.
some clothes.
Got it. You got it. I give up.
Pearl, let me get out the door.
See, at this point, I'm trying to.
Let me get out the door.
Stop recording me.
I want to
I
get
didn't
out
say
the
I want to be
door.
recorded. Stop,
You don't have
stop
Oh,
to say it.
recording me.
Man, this is-
I don't record you. Stop recording
I
me.
just want to leave
Stop.
Oh,
out the door. Damn. Stop. Pearl, stop. Man, Pearl. Man, stop. Pearl, leave me. Man. Oh my God, man. What's wrong? Look, he's finna cry.
Now, for someone who gets beat, because they all say they get beat. They all say they get beat. For someone who gets beat by that man, they show up not having no fear of attacking. For women who gets, you notice that they always claim they get beat on, but they don't have no problem attacking.
I hate you.
Look what
got
you
it.
doing.
You did this. You did this shit to me.
Phone cut off. And this is where I made it to the garage.
Leave me alone, Pearl. Get off of me. Pearl, Pearl, Pearl. Watch the baby. Pearl.
Final
Pearl.
Royale, huh?
Watch the
Final
baby.
Royale, huh?
Watch the
you
baby.
recording me, I'm giving you a show. You recording me. You want me to die. Because you know I got my baby. I don't got
Man, you got the baby.
You didn't got no battery.
Man, you got the baby,
You
man.
didn't got no battery for years. Me and my baby. Me and my baby.
Pearl, get the baby. Get my side.
So at this point, this is just footage from the Ring camera around the say, it's timestamp. Around that time, you pretty much see me leave the residence. I was able to get out. You see me leaving in the car there. I guess she didn't know where I was at. But at this point, I did not include my son into this order because he's not legitimated right now. But I did go ahead and seek an attorney, and I filed I sought for legitimation, and she has been served. And that's what I have here on the screen.
All right, go ahead, ma'am. I'll hear from you.
Thank you.
Now, before she talks, since I do courtroom motions, I do legal defenses, civil, criminal too, but mainly I'm on the civil side because there's more money. But one thing that I know about in court is that when you're dealing with this type of civil court, it's not like you got a dispute with like your finance company. When this is like, it's kind of like family court. Every allegation that is not put on the evidence as record is hearsay. Like you can't say, well, he was doing this to me for years. You actually have to have actual, like if he was beating you, you have to have like the footage he showed, you got to have that in these courts for the simple reason that when you're in this type of civil dispute, everything is going to be based on the factual allegations against the plaintiff. Now, the plaintiff's either going to be the child's father or the child's mother. The burden of proof is on the plaintiff to prove their case. So courts, they have a hearsay rule. It's universal throughout the whole United States, state and federal. You can't bring up allegations that haven't been documented, recorded, or submitted to the judge as evidence on the record. So keep that in mind while she makes her statement.
So as it has to do with that first video that he just showed on the first video that he showed when I was attacking him with the knife, I was attacking him because the entire night he had verbally, mentally, and physically abused me the entire night. He takes the phones so that I can't record him, or whenever I do get a recording of him, he deletes it because he has to.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to see You see that lady keep getting up? You see this, how this lady keep getting up? See,
total access of
I've been in courtroom settings. I know how this shit go. I know how this shit goes. You see this lady on the top of the left. She keeps getting up. She keeps getting up. She's communicating back and forth with the judge right now. A lot of people don't peep that. She's communicating back and forth with the judge right now. And she knows what's going on right now anyway. All three of them are communicating without talking. She don't know what's going on. Of course, nobody, all these people here, they're not part of the case. When you got Zoom, just like you walking into the courtroom, anybody can be there. But all this is going on right now. There's something going on right now. She don't know what's going on. He in the future is going to be abreast, but she keeps getting up for a reason.
This phone, the iCloud, everything. I have 5 police reports filed on Mr. Brown from his physical abusement towards me. Every time I retaliate a little bit after I take the abuse.
See that? Stop. Now, you see the judge? See how the judge is looking at another screen? See how the judge is looking at another screen? Because she's communicating back and forth with the judge. So what she's saying to the judge is reading it right now. She reading it too. Because you see the eyes shift from her to their computer screens. She's not looking at her. She's not looking at the girl testified. She's typing to the judge. The judge is seeing it. They're all communicating back and forth right now. She don't even know.
For 5 hours on end out, and I finally get fed up because I've been in a relationship with him for 3 years. I've been getting abused by him all through the course of these 3 years of us being together. I have multiple witnesses.
Look at the judge and look at everybody's looking on her face. Look at the judge. Look at everybody. Look, girl, you could have came in there with the 12 disciples as a witness. What was shown on camera is disturbing. That you can't come back from that. You can't come back from that. Well, what is but he did. No, this is court of law. Facts in these type of settings. But they're talking.
Also that is willing to testify in this case that I just gave them the information. They will be getting on Zoom shortly.
Buy a yes for 86 cents or a no for 14. If you're right, you get $1.
Willing to testify in this case that Mr. Brown has over and over again physically abused me to the point where I have five police reports. The reason why they're not in evidence is because the only phone that I have, he has access to, and I can't download any apps. I could not even download this app to even be on court right now. I have no money.
So how are you on court? So you got 5 police reports. What it boils down to, from what I'm seeing, is you filed those police reports as a counteract to the evidence he had. Because a lot of them do that. When they feel like you taking them to court, they'll go run and get a police report just to come in court and say, hey, he's abusing me. No, y'all, they will do that. I see it time and time again. They will do that. They will do that.
No car. And the only phone I have is underneath his control. He is a narcissist, real narcissist. We have a 15-year age difference. Since I've been.
Remember, y'all, across all panels, they always call the man a narcissist while they're displaying the same behavior. Every single one of them on this panel is always, when they say, oh, I left because he was a narcissist, you let him talk long enough, they'll start exuding that same narcissistic behavior. It never fails. It's like clockwork. Never fails. Never fails.
Been with Mr. Brown, anytime I asked to, first he isolated me from my family. He isolated me from everything. Then he takes control of the phone, takes control of the finances. Then he wiggles it in my face like, oh, if you leave, then you're going to have nothing. That's the reason why I tried to co-parent and be with Michael Brown so long, is because I am now financially dependent on him. But in the course of our whole relationship,
hold on now. Hold on. So all of this abuse, but they all seem to stay because they have no one else in the world and they're dependent financially. So you're going to put yourself through all this trauma and abuse based on finances. I told you, y'all, they'll sell their own selves out. They will sell their own selves out for financial stability. I told you, bro. As long as they dependent on you financially, bro, you can be the piece of shit. Don't matter. It don't matter. I told you. Now, do you really think that, I don't know his financial situation, but if he was putting her through all this abuse, do you think finance is worth it? Just look at the Diddy trial. He did all these horrific things, but he cashing them out millions of dollars a year.
I am the one who has been providing for our son. I am the one who has bought everything that he owns. But Mr. Brown, because he knew that he was going to put a restraining order on me, because he didn't want me to put the restraining order on him first, because I had just got out of the hospital on June the 13th, because I had a ectopic pregnancy rupture. I went through surgery. After I got back out of surgery, the reason why I attacked him with the knife is because he kicked me in my stomach. He abused me all night because I was talking to a friend that he did not want me to talk to. So he abused me and my son all night.
But I can't say it's not true, but you're in a court of law, and this is dealing with temporary protective order. So everything that you're alleging has to be on the record. You got to go. The courts are not. Ladies, let me give y'all a fair warning. And I watch court cases all day, every day. Y'all coming in with your sad sob stories with no evidence to back it, it's not flying anymore. This ain't the 80s, this ain't the 90s where they're just going to give you the benefit of the doubt because you're a woman. They're not, it's not flying no more. Y'all cannot use I was abused, but I have no record, but it still happened. Believe me, that's not happening in the courtroom anymore. See, y'all got to start coming with a new playbook.
Came in the room. I had barricaded ourselves in the room to try to keep him out, but he just would not stop. He took the phone, so I couldn't call the police. The only option that I have is to run to the neighbor's house and call the police at 6 o'clock in the morning, which I have done multiple times in these police reports, and I can.
But they're not on the record, and you did not subpoena the police as your witness. It's not on the record. The judge not buying it. Nobody's buying it. Regardless of if he was abusing you, it has to go on the record. And if you was this much abused, why didn't you go get a TPO? Temporary protection order. All these abused women never want to take the steps necessary to protect themselves.
And give you all the case numbers. I was not able to submit them in evidence because I couldn't.
Thomas, he said, bitch, you lied, because he is Rainbow, because his case is next. He like, bitch, you lied.
I can't download Dropbox on my phone. Like I said, I don't have any other devices to do anything. I only have one family member down here. She's been at work every other day. I had to take my baby to the doctor. I haven't been able to do that. So
and don't lose track. Look at Amber. Look at Amber. Look at what she's pay it. This is going to be important.
The reason why I attacked Mr. Brown on that first video is because I had just recently had surgery from a ectopic pregnancy rupture, and he kicked me in my stomach. He also abused me the entire time. And what you guys see in those videos, each one of those videos is a reaction from the abuse every single time.
Hold on. So now she's Tina Turner in the limousine. You've been getting beat on for so much. Now you decide to take your power back and fight back.
Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is finally done.
She Tina Turner in the limousine now.
And that's That's all I have to say. I have witnesses. I have 5 different police reports. Each of these police reports, 2 of them is from neighbors' houses where I had to call the police and I had to run out the house from his abuse. The police came and picked me up. I'll read them.
Well, if that's all true, Mr. Brown came prepared. If that was all, he came prepared.
Upon arrival, Mr. Brown stated that his child's mother damaged his property. This is when he said, I bust in the door. Mr. Brown also stated that he does not believe Ms. Kennard damaged the property on purpose, that it did not happen today or at the same time. Ms. Kennard stated that she did damage the property, but it was only trying to get in the bedroom where her child was at. Ms. Kennard stated that she did damage the light fixture, but since it had got fixed, Ms. Kennard, basically all of these just state that he been taking the phone. He takes the phone.
You read a police report that's not saying, it's all saying what you did. That's why you start reading. You were like, damn, that ain't helping me. That's why you start reading. And now you got, well, all these just say, look, you know they ain't shit on no police reports. You literally just read from a police report that is added to making his story seem more true. That's why you start reading it. You like, damn, this is a wrong one to read.
Stops me from calling the police. He deletes evidence, all the evidence. He deletes all the evidence, even all my receipts to show that I've been the one taking care of my son this entire time, his whole life. He deleted everything because he had access to do so with the phone, the iCloud. I wasn't even able just to get on here to even defend myself in court a little bit because I couldn't even download Dropbox or Zoom because he has it on parental control. But that's what he does.
So your parents or your family couldn't cash app you money, $50, $60, $80, well, $120 to go get a new phone. Come on, you're all female. Y'all know if y'all really want to get around that, y'all know what to do. Y'all know what to do. Y'all know y'all can find a way to get another phone. You act like you are just so restricted by him that you can't go get another phone. What about that friend you was talking to that you ain't want him to? Because obviously it looks like he's paying the bill on the phone. So what about that friend he didn't want you talking to? Why didn't he just get you a new phone? You could have got a new phone. Nobody's buying that, girl. Not the phone situation, but you happen to be on Zoom.
He had turned the Wi-Fi off in the house. He had turned the phone on. I can't even call out.
So if he's turned the Wi-Fi off in the house, that means his phone is off too.
Only people that I can call is the police. And then he'll stop me from doing that by taking the phone or barricading me in the house. The abuse has been going on for 3 years, and this restraining order is on me only because he thought that I was going to put a restraining order on him first. Because after I got out the hospital, I stated to Mr. Brown, this is too much. It's too toxic. It's too much. If you cannot not put your hands on me in front of my son, if you cannot give me basic respect, then I am going to put a restraining order in, and you're not going to be able to see Messiah anymore. So what he did was that,
Isn't that the playbook? Isn't that the playbook? Use the child as a weapon against the man. Go to court to try to use the child as a weapon against the man, but when they don't get their way, they act the ass in court because they know having the child sole custody of the child, don't they know that's their power? So without sole custody of the child, they lose their power, and they can't stand to lose their power in these situations. So then when they realize that it's over anyway, they really act how they wanted to act in the beginning. Yeah, it sounds about right.
We can co-parent. We can do this cordially. We don't have to go to the courts. I don't want you to ever to feel like I know I was wrong for this and this and that. We can do this cordially. So we made arrangements that I would move out. I would go back to Ohio because I have no family here in Atlanta, which he knows. That's another reason why he preyed on me and that I wasn't able to always leave his house.
Oh, he preyed on you. He preyed on you because you're in Atlanta. He preyed on you.
As fast because I don't have barely any support here. So I also a couple months ago left Georgia.
So he preyed on you. You're from Ohio, but he preyed on you. Hey, girl, why don't you come down here in Atlanta with me? Let me put a baby in you so I can beat on you and make you my slave, girl. Okay.
to get away from him, took my baby to get away from the toxicity, to start my life over. I was there for a month before Mr. Brown came down to Ohio, asking to see his son, crying, saying he would go to therapy, he would go to counseling, all of this stuff, because his son wasn't paying attention to him, didn't really acknowledge him. So I said, okay, well, if you can go to therapy and we can go to therapy and we can be co-parents and we can do this right, okay, I'll come back.
No, that's not how it went. Translation. I went down there and I missed him, so I came back. Remember, womenese. Y'all, I do have 1 degree. I got a doctorate degree in womenese. I specialize in breaking down what a woman says and then telling you what they really mean.
I'll come back. I came back here.
It's the most hated sector of degrees and feminist movement. That is the most. I'm the most hated by the feminist sisterhood movement because I specialize in calling out their bullshit.
Here, and that's when all this other stuff then occurred after I came back here. So he put this restraining order on me to protect him, which that's what he's been doing this whole time. That's why he's been deleting the evidence. All I have for my evidence for me, I don't have any videos or recordings because he deleted all of that. Every time he deletes it, he takes the phone, he deletes it. He doesn't let me call the police. Only thing I have is 5 police reports, and I have multiple witnesses.
5 police reports with no evidence. None of those police reports are put on the evidence. Now, remember, I'm going to say it again. Pay attention to the top 3 on the screen. It's going to be important soon.
The neighbors are willing to testify. One time he picked us out on the side of the highway.
Ma'am.
And I willingly got out.
Manny, could we just take a moment and put Michael Brown in a breakout room with me?
Why do you think they just did that? Why do you think they just did that? Why did they put Michael Brown in the breakout room and not her? Why did they put Michael Brown in the breakout room and not her? See, why do you want to know why they're asking him to go into the breakout room with them? Because they've been putting it together the whole time. They've been putting it together the whole time. Now pay attention. They asked Michael Brown to go into the breakout room. Pay attention.
Please.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on a second.
I don't know if you want to move on to another case, but I'll just speak to him for a few minutes.
Okay.
She wants to speak to him for a few minutes. Translations. I'm prolific in courtroom tactics, courtroom procedure. They're letting him know what they've been putting together this whole time. Now she kept leaving. They kept looking at another screen. They just about to put him on the game.
Okay, let's see. I think you're a co-host, right? You can go. Okay, I put him in breakout room 1.
That's crazy. And it's crazy. He accumulated all of this evidence.
Go ahead. I think you go. You're a co-host, so go into 1.
This is crazy.
Hold on.
Every reaction.
Ma'am, are you in Georgia?
Yes, right now I am still in Georgia.
Okay.
Why? Pay attention now. It's a reason why she asked her, are you still in Georgia? It's a reason. Look at her. If the cake is being baked, it's about ready to come out the oven. That's why she asked her, are you in Georgia? It's a reason why. And this is why I'm good at what I do. Because my job, what I do, I have to know all this. I have to see all this. I have to see all this. She needed a lawyer. If I was a lawyer, I'd say objection, ma'am. Objection, Your Honor. If they're going to be in the breakout room and this is pertaining to this case, my client deserves to be there too. See, I'd have been lawyer. You ain't going to that breakout room with just him. My client, we going too. What? I need to be there too. What y'all got going on?
Okay, hold on 1 sec. Let me see when they get back. Hold on.
Stalling.
Let me ask you something. Why are people still paying 6% to...
Bro, you look like you got a gambling and addiction problem, and you done squandered away 50% of you and your wife's life savings, and now you in a whole 500,000, and now and your wife don't know.
Sell a home. That's like.
Anything else from you, ma'am? Ms. Brown? Excuse me. Ms. Kennard, anything else from you? Where'd Ms. Kennard go? Ms. Kennard, anything else for you, Mr. Brown?
Not right now. I can answer any questions.
Anything else from you, Ms. Kennard?
No, besides my witness, I have a witness in the Zoom now.
Is she the one that has the that was smoking a cigarette and walking around with a
Propsy?
Okay.
Yeah. That's my mom. She has been, I've called her multiple FaceTime. She's been one of the main witnesses to all of the abuse.
Okay. All right, where's she at? All right, ma'am, can you raise your right hand? You swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this petition for TP.
All of what she's about to say has no bearing. It doesn't matter. They've already baked her a cake. She don't even know it yet.
Here's the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. You have to untake yourself off mute, man.
Your Honor, are you talking to me?
Yep, you're the only one. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you
No,
were
not
talking
you.
to
No,
me.
not you, Miss Aponte. The lady with the shower cap on. Or the
Okay.
hair bonnet. Okay.
Shout out to the bonnet mob.
There you go. All right, tell me what you know about what's
Michael Brown knows. When Michael Brown went to the breakout room, he already knows what's going on. So everything right now is just, it don't even matter.
going on with Miss Kennard.
Okay, I'm Pearlia's mother, and I live in Ohio. And since day one, this man has beat on my daughter. I have been on the phone where he has actually beat my daughter up, and I'm sitting here looking at my daughter. Then he will call me and start recording my daughter when she attacked him. My daughter just had surgery. She had her fallopian tubes taken out, and this man punched my daughter in her stomach. This man has put my daughter through so much, and my family through so much. I brought my
And Pearlia, she's a cute girl. She's definitely not ugly at all. Pretty cute girl. Definitely, yeah. Little cute, little slim petite thing. But she just crazy as a motherfucker. It's always some bony ones that's crazy as shit.
my sons to get my daughter from Atlanta. She came here to Ohio. He convinced her to come back. As soon as she get back, he started beating on her again. He only records what he wants to record. He don't record what he be doing to my daughter. I am so sick of this man and these games he play. I've never in my life met a person like this. He put my daughter out on the road, butt naked. Kicked him out
What was she doing? Never mind.
the house. Her and my grandson.
See the phone call? See that phone call? See the phone call? See the phone call? See the phone call? That's the cherry on. That's the cherry on the top. See the phone call? See the phone call? Look at that phone call.
Son. And he always talking about his son. You let your son
Now she's crying.
get in the car without a car seat because you don't want to give it up because you mad because she left.
Bro, you literally had to have the stroller right there. Bro, that's performative as hell. If you don't get that goddamn swing set at the background.
Oh, you let your son be outside just in a diaper. because you mad. He beats her constantly, but he'll record what he wants to.
Have you witnessed it firsthand, ma'am?
I haven't. My other daughter.
Told you. It's hearsay. You have to actually witness the beating in court. I told you, y'all can't just come in with these emotional stories. It doesn't work in court. Have you witnessed? If I was the lawyer, objection, Your Honor. Has she witnessed the beating? No. So everything she says now, irrelevant.
She lives in Atlanta and she has come.
That's why a lot of women be acting out in court, because they don't understand how court goes, and they think that all they got to do is play the woman victim and they're going to get their way. But when they don't get their way, they instantly go from victim to being loud, belligerent, talking over the judge, getting mad, acting a fool, and the judge got to mute them or kick them out the Zoom. I see it every day. It's the same story. A whole bunch of excuses, a whole bunch of abusive events, nothing on the records, nothing on the evidence, never been arrested. And all they got to do is just say it happened, and the judge is supposed to just agree with them. Not in the court of law.
To get my daughter from that house. It's been times that he was beating her and she would just like call me and I could hear it. The man has even been disrespectful to me after he didn't beat my daughter, and I'm trying to talk to the man. He disrespects me. I'm tripping on this restraining order. She the one needed to be putting a restraining order on him, but no, she's young, and she felt like she was in love.
What's the major excuse? Young, dumb, in love. As long as they continue to say that, there's no accountability for their actions because they're the victim. Victims are not usually meant to be held accountable. So they know they got to play themselves as a victim to avail themselves from any accountability. But now they've taken it to a new level. Now, to most women these days, young is still 27, 28. Young is still 30. When it comes to their decision making. Oh, I was young and dumb. How old were you? I was 32. 32? Man, I thought you were a grown-ass woman by that part. Okay. And then they'll look from this one report from New Zealand where they ran a study on one woman out of the whole country, which states that possibly the frontal lobe of your brain is not fully developed until you're 40 in woman.
And he took advantage of that. He's too old to even be with her. I am fed up with this situation. I'm shaking now, and I'm really upset for the games that he plays. He is so manipulative. I'm just over this. He's so sneaky. I can't take it anymore. I can't. I can't. I've been begging her to get away from him. Stay away from him. I sent my sons to get her. She was here. He manipulated her to come back.
Manipulated her to come back. Now it's manipulation. I told you, victim manipulation. Now it's never. He manipulated her. How about she just made the decision? But Darren, now she ain't ordering wings. She just putting the play all together. The girl, Perlia, her phone died. So she's gonna come back on. But her phone died. She ain't ordering wings. The play is being in play. The play is en route. Let's just say that the play is en route.
And then the stuff started all over again. I'm getting phone calls. He doing this to me.
Allison, she's putting it together right now. Play, it's all en route. It's all en route. It's all going down. All right, yeah, y'all ready? All right, yeah, it's all going down.
And he in the background yelling and screaming and being really disrespectful, calling her all out her name, telling her she ain't this, she ain't that. I'm going to calm down. This is the most disrespectful human being I ever met in my life. And I'm done with this. I pray that Pearl, you stay away from him. That is not a good situation for you or your child. At some point in your life, you will start listening to your mother. Let this go. Let it go.
Struggling with complicated content and editing software? I was too. Riverside really simplified things.
I think we've lost her. I don't know where she went. She's not on Zoom anymore.
She probably upset because I'm upset. But Your Honor, my mother, my dead mother. I'm not gonna lie about this. This man has been beating my daughter. And he only records what he wants to be seen. He has cameras all around his house. Crazy stuff inside the house. You get
Cameras inside the house is a little weird unless it's like in a general area, like living room, kitchen, like, and it usually should not be activated unless you're gone from the house or when you're asleep. There should never be a camera in the bathroom. There should never be cameras in the bedroom. And if they are, I don't know why you would. It should never be activated while anyone is in the house, unless it should be no cameras in the bedroom anyway. But if you got cameras in the house, only activate it in general areas, not privacy areas. And you turn it on while you sleep. When you wake up, check it, make sure nobody break in, something still, turn it off. But outside the house is fair game.
This is the most narcissistic
Allison talking again. Pay attention.
Man I've ever met in my life. And I'm so afraid for my daughter. If nothing be done, just make sure she stay away from him.
Judge, can we take a break real quick and I speak to Michael Brown?
The plays is there. It's there. He know what's going on. Judge know what's going on. Allison know what's going on. The play's there. It's there. It's done. That's why I said, let me talk to him right quick. It's done. It's done.
Okay, well, I think I don't see her. I think she's gone. If y'all want to go back to the breakout room, y'all can.
Yeah. Mr. Brown, will you hit where it says breakout room, join, you're in room 1 and hit.
Ma'am, if you want to reach out to your daughter, see if she can jump back on the link, okay?
That'll get trying to get back on. Michael, do you see where it says room 1?
It did not pop up yet.
Okay.
Go back down to where it says breakout room.
Yeah, if you scroll down where it says room 1. Yep, you see it now?
Oh, okay. Yep.
Okay.
All right, while y'all do that, I'm gonna, until she gets back on, I'm going to go ahead and try to knock out this other hearing real quick because I've got my last hearing that's on. All right, looks like where did Mr.
There she go.
Mr. Call all down. Looks like I think Mr. Brown was having some sort of internet issues or something.
There they go.
Yeah, he's back. I just think his camera's not working, Judge.
All right.
Watch this.
All right, Miss Kenyard, anything else you want to tell me? Did you hear what your mom said? I can't hear you, ma'am. You're on mute.
The phone had died, so I didn't hear what she said.
You have anything else you want to tell me?
Other than
they gotta keep her on the live. They gotta keep her on the live. The judge is purposely stalling from making her ruling right now. She's purposely stalling from making her ruling right now. They gotta keep her on the live. It's a reason.
the fact like he still has control over the phone, and he just does his best to go out his way to hurt me. It's not even about our son. It's about hurting me, controlling me, having control, and
everything that you went out your way to do on footage. Right. Everything that you did. Remember? They always do the same behaviors that they accuse them of doing. They do it too.
If I don't do what he and sound like he want me to sound, then I have repercussions to pay. I have consequences.
You have to submit.
Pretty much. I don't submit, then I have consequences. That's why I have this restraining order. That's why more than just that. But
because submit to them is it's a negative word. It means 1800 with a grandma moo dress, 5 kids, pregnant with your 6, swollen feet, sitting over the table. You're lost in yourself. You lost your like that shit out of here, man.
All right, let's see. Is Mr. Brown, are you still having issues? Is he still having issues with his camera? You want to text him and see, or whatever, Miss Jill?
Sorry, Judge. I'm sorry. I thought that may have been him, but it was somebody else. What was the question?
Do you know if he's still having issues with his camera? If he is, I could just continue to.
Yeah, I think we should just continue and move on to another case because I know he was having some issues with it.
Okay, if he's having issues, I'll go ahead with this. I'm sorry, Ms. Kennard. So I'm going to go ahead and just continue with this other hearing I'm having really quickly. All right. Okay. So as soon as Mr. Brown can connect with his camera.
Why do you think they're holding it off until Mr. Brown get back on the camera? They could issue it right now and bring him back in the breakout room and tell him the order, but he has to be present.
Where you and your mom can hold on.
At this point, while they wait for the plaintiff to fix his internet issue, the judge decides to move on to another hearing.
I'll turn it off.
Then this happens.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I have to interrupt. I haven't finished my court case with the judge, and I have police in front of me. So I really need to speak to the judge because I have police trying to take my child away from me, and I haven't even finished court.
That's the cake. That's the cake. That's the cake.
Rocking with the best.
That's the cake. All that stuff you seen, the lady, the black lady that was sitting at the top, Allison, on the phone, typing, email, judge looking up. Hey, can we put Mr. Brown in the breakout room? Yeah, coming back. Hey, can we put it back in the break? You know what they were doing? They called the police after they saw the videos. The judge knew it. She ordered it. That's why they was communicating back and forth. Kept her talking. Because now she's about to give her order. Now, that's why she had to wait. Because they knew the police was on their way. Because after the video, the judge snatched the kid from her and gave it to him based on her in the video. And they started doing it while he was playing the video. They did this 30 minutes ago. It was an order. They was getting an order together, a court order to send shoot to the police officer. The whole time. That's the cake. They was baking her a cake the whole time. As soon as the video stopped playing, she got the typing to the judge. Allison said something to the judge. The judge, bam, bam, breakout room. All right, listen, you about to get the child. We about to take the child from her live now. So just be prepared. That's the cake. She don't even know.
Waiting for the other person to come back on the phone, and now the police is here to take my baby away.
Let's see. Mr. Brown.
Yes.
The judge already knows. That why you think she's not surprised? Pearlia, you don't understand? The judge ordered it. The judge ordered it. Why do you think they're still waiting for Mr. Brown to get back? So they can let you know what's going on in front of you and him. That's why they ask you, are you still in Georgia? That's why. Because if you were still in Ohio, they was going to fax it over there. That's why she asked you, are you still in Georgia? Hey, you still in Georgia, right? All right, she's still at the residence, y'all. Send them there. The whole time.
Yes. The police is right here. I don't know if can I turn the camera? The police is right here telling me that they're here to take my child away from me.
Bam, live. During the hearing. They did that during the hearing. That wasn't preordained. Miss Allison kept sending them to the breakout room. The black lady kept going back and forth, faxing the documents over. The judge ordered that, lady. Pearlia. As soon as they saw what you did on the camera, the play was in motion.
For me, and I haven't even finished to get no verdict.
Look at the judge. The judge ain't surprised. The judge ordered it. Duh. Oh yeah. They can't even read the room.
In this court right here, I've been on the phone with you guys since 12:20 this morning.
I understand, ma'am. You're going to go ahead and give them Mr. Brown's going to get the child.
Told you. She's giving the order. But Brown is not there. She's giving Perlia, the judge ordered it. She the one that ordered that to happen. Right there. I understand you're going to give him the child. They did that.
And you're going to go show up back to court, file some sort of emergency motion, and get in touch with one of the other judges and appear in front of them.
I'm sorry, I
Mr.
can't
Brown's
hear
going
you,
to keep your
I can't
child
hear
until you guys can get in front of another judge. Mr. Brown, go pick up the child.
Until when?
Yes, ma'am.
You get in front of the other judge for the legitimation case, ma'am.
Until a whole month?
I didn't say a month. I said till you get in front of the other judge in the legitimation.
The legitimation already, that says it takes 30 days. We haven't even.
Mr. He said that's exactly what was going on. That Mr. He said that's exactly what's going on. Damn, bro. Forgot to do it. I got you, Mr. He said. I forgot to do it. But yeah, the whole time, that's what was going on. When they kept talking back and forth, that was part of her order. That was part of her order. That was going to be her order. That was going to be her order at the end. She don't even realize.
Ma'am, call and speak with a lawyer. Ma'am, call and speak with a lawyer. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lawyers right here.
He's not even legitimated, and now they can.
Ma'am, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's lawyers all right in there. Look where Jill Allison went. Look where she's at now. Where do you think she went? To help orchestrate the play. These are all lawyers right here, by the way, girl. You need to stop. You need to contact one of them. Look, you need to contact one of them. But Perlia, you seem surprised because you think there was supposed to be an official ruling. So why are the police there before the ruling? But Perlia, what you don't understand is after the judge saw that video, she filed the emergency custody thing to take the child from you and give it to him until y'all next court dates or whatever y'all do. She did that during this court proceeding. And the judge is going to hint to it in a second. Perlia, you act like, why are they here? I'm not even done with the hearing. The judge did that during the hearing. That's why they kept getting up back and forth. But you weren't paying attention because you were so caught up in your victim story.
5, 6 lawyers right here. Go speak with a lawyer. Mr. Brown, go.
And this is Justice How. You haven't even told me no verdict in my case. You haven't.
I'm telling you right now, ma'am, I'm putting this in place. Your mental health status and the way you were acting on those videos and with that knife, with that child there has me very concerned for his safety and the safety of that child.
There you have it. I'm putting this in place. She ordered it while I was live. There's nothing you can do about it. You don't see the slow-mo I did of you? You don't see that? What judge is going to award you the kid doing that on camera? Yeah, Judge Mann is a real one. She did that. She said, I'm putting this in play. I'm doing this based on what she saw in the video. As soon as they saw that video with her with the knife, you notice how the black lady started communicating with the judge, the SFO. Judge contacted her. She got on the phone. She got the documents. So what the black lady kept getting up, they're faxing. They're communicating with the police station. And the judge signed it. It was an order printed out. They signed it on behalf of the judge. Bam, bam, bam. It's a standard order. She ain't even have to type it up. They got one already. And they just executed it. Why are you on the live? That's how fast the judge can come get your child taken. It's an emergency order. And they needed to keep you on the live long enough. Let your mom talk or let you talk. They had to keep you on the live, keep you in the house so they know that the police, you will be there when they show up at the door. They had to keep you there. They was not going to end that live until the police showed up.
Acting on those videos and with that knife.
And this is Justice How. You haven't even told me no verdict in my case. You haven't.
I'm telling you right now, ma'am, I'm putting this in place. Your mental health status.
I'm telling you right now, ma'am, I'm putting this in place, meaning she did it.
In my case, you haven't.
I'm telling you right now, ma'am, I'm putting this in place. Your mental health status and the way you were acting on those videos and with that knife, with that child there, has me very concerned for his safety and the safety of that child.
Okay, so what about all the evidence that I told you?
Ma'am,
Told you. Okay, so what about all the evidence I told you? I told you they think that they could just come into court and say what happened with no factual proof. They're not. It doesn't work like that, ladies. You are on. Look at she like, girl. Look at one right here, Marcy. Girl, you'd hit. She like, bitch, ain't nothing you can do. He like, are you serious? She like, yeah, whatever. She like, girl, give it up. She like, is this finally over with? And they're like, focus on their case.
I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you right now to turn the child over to the sheriff so they can give him to Mr. Brown. And the judge hearing the legitimation case will hear more about where the child needs to be on a more permanent basis. Right now, turn the child over and go hire a lawyer.
Quit playing with me, man. Y'all foul. Y'all course.
What did you think they were going to do? Charlotte, you sound like you, for 1 second, you would have been a hell of an actor in one of them paranormal movies. You would have had me. You came out the stairs. You had to jump back into you. That would have been one of the best parts of the movie. Imagine they do it like he's sitting there talking, and then all of a sudden you just come out of nowhere like, oh shit, there's a ghost in the house for real. And then it looked like it's about to attack him, then you just disappear, and you're like, what the fuck is going on in this house? That would have been a hell of a script. That's how really you was acting. I can see if you were just talking shit, you was attacking that man with a knife, like literally attacking him with a knife. And you thought the child was going to stay with you? Come on, girl.
It's foul. Y'all real foul. Y'all real foul.
How is she getting custody of the baby?
Because she says she's concerned for my mental state.
This is the part. They don't even, like, you are on. How are you still trying to explain that? Like, how can you explain, regardless of your history, it just looks bad. You're on camera doing this. You're on camera doing this. You're on camera doing this. What else can you say?
And the well-being massage, so it worked. Now he got.
Ma'am, you should go get a lawyer.
You said go get a lawyer?
That's what you should probably do, ma'am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
My baby's getting taken
They're
away
all
from
right
me, so
here.
yeah.
Ashley Wine, Miss Miracle, Marcy Millard, Eileen Schumann.
The lawyer talked to Mike. The lawyer talked to him. Nobody talked to me though.
Because they was baking the cake against you. That's why they kept having him going to the breakout office. They setting the play up for him. That's why you should have a lawyer there to object them going in the breakout room without. At least you'd have been aware if you had a lawyer what they was about to do. I don't know if it would have made any difference. That's why y'all got to stop coming in here acting like you don't need a lawyer and that your sob victim stories is just going to fly. Not in court. Not in court.
I didn't get a public defender. Somebody put him in.
This isn't a criminal.
It's not a criminal case. You are, listen, y'all. You are not entitled to a lawyer in a civil dispute in this manner. You are not entitled to a lawyer. You're only entitled to a lawyer in a criminal case. You're not entitled to a lawyer in a civil case. This is why a lot of these pro se sovereign citizens, they go in by themselves, because lawyers, civil lawyers, are sometimes more expensive than criminal lawyers. This is why they do it pro se. These lawyers charge between $350 and $750 an hour. The top lawyers get about 80 hours of billables a month, and let's say $560 an hour. That's how they make their money, on the billables. Top lawyers in the world, 250,000 billable hours in a year. And you pay at every phase. You pay at every phase. So let's say this phase, the next legitimation, you got to pay. You got to appeal, you got to pay. With lawyers, you pay in phase. Just like bankruptcy, you got to pay for this phase. Oh, you need a motion to be filed in between the bankruptcy, you got to pay for this motion. All right, you got a hearing in this, you got to pay for in-court hearings, litigation. All right, we got to file this, you got to pay for that. So y'all, people that be complaining about prices and people that know the law, and y'all be complaining about prices, if I was really to give you the standards they give you, your ass would be charged by the hour. $275 an hour. And you're paying a retainer before each phase. A new retainer fee for this phase, a new retainer fee, and then by the hour. You can complain all you want. The only thing I didn't do is take the bar. It's the only thing I didn't do. But if I was her lawyer, I'd be like, Shorty, we're going to have to dress your appearance up. We're going to get you to some mental health, because the way it looks right now, you got to clean up your image in front of the court. You got to clean up your image in front of the court. You got to clean up your image in front of the court. And this is how bad it gets when you think you know law and you don't know law. For you sovereign
AC
citizens,
suddenly stops working. That's not just uncomfortable, it's expensive. Free rate update.
Next case, state of Kansas versus City.
So for all you people that like to be in my chat and my comments pushing this bullshit sovereign citizen shit, just because you changed the name, it still has all the hallmarks.
Taylor Leslie, 25 CR 250. Good
Yes, Your Honor.
afternoon, Miss Leslie. Miss Leslie, you're charged by way of information on or about May 21, 2025 in Butler County, Kansas, with interference with law enforcement, a Class A non-person misdemeanor. Count 2, same date and location, no proof of insurance, a Class B non-person.
For some reason, why do I like this lawyer, Judge Hart? He's seeing like he done seen it all in court. He's saying like
person misdemeanor, same date, location, count 3, no driver's license in possession, an unclassified non-person misdemeanor. Though then count 4, same date, location, failure to register vehicle, and unclassified non-person misdemeanor. And Miss Leslie.
So basically, failure to register a vehicle, failure to give a driver's license. This is the hallmarks of the sovereign citizen community. They think only certain laws apply to them, and then they can incorporate federal law anytime they don't like state law. So a lot of sovereign citizens believe that you legitimately, the laws of the United States don't apply to them. Some of them will say they're from Morocco and believe that the United States is really Morocco. So they believe they're a non-United States citizen. The laws don't apply. They could cancel any contract for any debt that they don't want to pay anymore. They don't have to pay the debt anymore. They believe that there's a secret trust fund account in all of our names where there's $100 billion tucked away. And all you got to do is just know the secret to access it, that you can go to court and you're not under the statutes and the courts in the states where you reside, that all courts operate under common law or admiralty law, which is not true. Admiralty only deals with crimes at the sea, like naval and any Coast Guard, that's Admiralty, like Admiralty, the Admiral, Water, Navy, military, but they think that's a part of the court, and they look at the gold fringe on the flag in the court and think, oh, this is a military tribunal. It's all the same stuff they've been spinning since the 80s, and none of them been successful.
Do you understand the charges pending against you?
I comprehend the alleged charges against me.
Thank you, Miss Leslie. Miss Leslie, you do have the right to counsel. If you cannot afford an
Excuse me.
attorney. Pardon me?
Excuse me, I was going to.
She has to get that on the record. She got her script all ready to go. She has to get it on the record. She's going to use cases like Hallenberg versus Echo, 1908 cases that don't apply today, 1744 cases that don't apply today. They think everything is a federal common law when Erie versus Tompkins in 1938 has taken federal common law out of the judicial system, except in certain civil cases. But they think federal common law or constitutional law trumps state law, while in the same breath omitting the fact that the 10th Amendment of the United States established the separation of powers, the police powers of each state, meaning any laws or grants not specifically mentioned in the Constitution is reserved to the states or the people. That's the separation of powers clause in the Constitution. Federal law cannot just come in and trump state law, or you can invoke federal law to trump state law anytime you don't like the state law. Now, there is no federal mandate for a driver's license, registrations, or insurance. It's all left to the states. The Supreme Court has never ruled in favor that you don't need a driver's license to operate, a motor vehicle. That is the rules and regulations of each state, in which they have the right to create their own laws. The federal government didn't just pop up out of nowhere. All the states came together and formed a federal government. So when the states coming together to form the federal government, do you think they was going to grant in the Constitution arbitrary powers of the government to impede on state law? Never. There is nothing in the Constitution that even mentions driver's license.
To say that I comprehend the certain statutory allegations that have been made against me, but I cannot and do not admit to understanding or accepting the jurisdiction of this court over my person or the subject matter, absent proof of corpus delicti and a verified complainant from an injured party. To do so would constitute a waiver of fundamental rights, which I explicitly refuse to waive pursuant to KSA subsection 60-212 in the doctrine of special appearance recognized in Kansas jurisprudence.
So 98.99% of them, they all believe that in order for you to be charged in court, there has to be an actual injured party, meaning someone physically had to be hurt. That's an old 1800s common law thing that is not applicable in every court setting today. So they believe that unless there's an injured party, that the courts don't have jurisdiction over them. That is one of the biggest misconceptions that these sovereigns have today. But they refuse to acknowledge their misinterpretations, so they will double down and triple down. And when they don't get a favorable ruling, they run to federal court filing lawsuits against the state, the judge, the attorney, prosecutor, police department, which those all effectively get thrown out as nonsensical.
Okay. You do have the right to counsel. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed to represent you. And Miss Leslie, are you currently employed?
For the record, Your Honor, just to start from the beginning, I, Sydney Taylor Leslie, appearing specially and not generally in propria persona, sui juris, as a living woman.
So basically, what happened there is she was expecting the judge to kind of dig deep and see her side of it. And once again, the judge just repeated, if you don't have a counsel, one be appointed for you. Just totally ignored it. He already knows her angle, the sovereign citizen angle. So since that didn't work, see, they'll have a script, right? About 3 or 4 different ways of approaching it. If the judge don't acquiesce the first way, all right, we're going to do this. So she's on script number 2 now.
And not as a legal fiction or corporate entity. I reserve all rights without prejudice.
Oh, sidebar. Before this case, they teach classes and have lives. So she was locked up that night, which led to her being in court. So they were talking about how they were going to get the case dismissed. They're sorry, going over their script. This will be a good teaching lesson. There's actually someone in the room with her now. I think it's her boyfriend or her husband. So they actually teach classes to people. So I believe that they were actually streaming this too. So they were all telling their people that this is going to get thrown out. This is how you do it, yada, yada. So she's super confident right now.
Pursuant to KSA subsection 84-1-308 and UCC 1-308. Let the record reflect that my appearance today is under explicit protest and duress and solely for the purpose of challenging jurisdiction and preserving my unalienable rights as secured by the Constitution for the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of Kansas. But, and Your Honor, before these proceedings advance.
So by her keep looking up, you're right, famous nobody. She's being coached by whoever's in the room. She's speed past that little, right? That little whatever. It was all nonsensical. Now you might hear quoting Kansas statute and court cases, but the thing about the sovereigns, they never read the full court cases and get the full facts and circumstances of that case. They may take like a sentence or a paragraph from it and base their whole claim off a paragraph of a court case, which is asinine.
Further, I must respectfully challenge this court's jurisdiction and
told you they're always going to challenge jurisdiction. They never think the courts have jurisdiction. The problem is the reason why she's in court is because the court has jurisdiction. The courts, they have jurisdiction. When they passed your state constitution, they got courtrooms set up in each district. And these districts has jurisdiction of those general area. So by default, since there's not that common law crap, by default, jurisdiction has already been answered. So when they're asking, when they quote cases saying jurisdiction could be challenged at any time, this is like the 1700s, 1800s. But they've all revamped the judicial system to answer that jurisdiction question. Now it's beyond no doubt that when you show up in court, they have jurisdiction.
Toto and move for immediate dismissal of all charges. I hereby invoke the burden shifting doctrine established in State v. Shepard in 2009 and State v. Seams in 2004, which places the affirmative burden upon the prosecution to establish by sworn non-hearsay allegations within the 4 corners of a valid charging instrument that every element of the alleged offense and my commission thereof has been properly established. The threshold matter of jurisdiction must be adjudicated prior to any other proceedings. As articulated in Ex parte Young in 1908 and recognized by the Kansas Supreme Court, jurisdiction is the fundamental prerequisite to all jurisdictional proceedings. The legal maxim ex injuria just non autora, law does not arise from injustice, applies to these proceedings in their entirety.
Tired of typing tons of notes during class? There's finally a better way. It's called Otter.
So basically, she's asking for the case to be dismissed because there's no jurisdiction. She's making a special appearance. There wasn't an injured party. Once again, that's a script. That was script number 2. Look how the judge is looking at her. And one thing about the sovereign citizens, since they know being labeled a sovereign citizen, you're pretty much not going to get anywhere. They teach them to deny being a sovereign citizen. That's what they do. They teach them to deny being a sovereign citizen, regardless of all the talking points are the same. Every court case they cite is the same. All their defenses, all their mechanisms, all their claims and beliefs are the same. They think that as long as you're not calling yourself a sovereign citizen, it should get through the door.
Okay, and the court finds that Miss Leslie is appearing as a sovereign citizen.
Told you. Already hip to it. Because they all say the same thing. Whether they call themselves a sovereign citizen or not, they all say that it's all the same thing. Now, damn, she got some nitty-gritties on her. But the thing about it is, they tell them to push back against being labeled a sovereign citizen.
Before the court, and the court, once
I
again,
object. I object to any of that derogatory. It's very biased. I move for immediate dismissal on those.
See, there you go. Because she thinks that since she's don't have to admit to being a sovereign citizen, and no court is going to overturn the case by that labeling. Because if you read court case after court case, they all make the same arguments. So a sovereign citizen is just a catch-all phrase to label a group of people who think like her. That's all it is. So she wants to get dismissed because she's trying to say she's not one, but most definitely, she definitely is one.
Grounds and
court overrules the motion for dismissal of the case.
On
overrules dismissal of the
prejudice
case.
And
the court will find that Miss Leslie, that the court does find it has jurisdiction to proceed, and subsequently the court
I
sets your next
object. You
appearance
called me
date.
a sovereign citizen. I object. You called me a sovereign citizen.
Yes, ma'am.
That is prejudice and bias. And
No prejudice or bias is asserted as to yourself. However, the court, as opposed to trying to write down docket notes to that effect, is just recognizing what you are advising the court, that the court has no jurisdiction over you, and based on your statement made to the court. Subsequently, the court does find you've posted a $3,000 cash bond. $3,000 cash bond has been made. Court does accept the same, and the court does schedule this matter next before Judge Webster on Monday, August 11, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Notice how the judge just steams right over that argument. They all just steams right over it.
Monday, August 11.
See, now she muted. Now she's getting flustered because the one that's in the background that's really coaching her, she's telling him it's not working. So they end up getting flustered and start getting out of pocket because it's not the fact that what they're putting on the record is being denied. Their belief system is what's being shot, thrown right back in their face as false, because they actually really believe this stuff.
2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Webster. Once again, Monday, August 11, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Webster. You do need to participate.
Here, you see her? Look at her. She's like, damn it. What do I do? Fuck. Damn it. I thought it was supposed to work. You said it would work.
By Zoom process at that point. Subsequently, the court finds that Miss Leslie has not requested court-appointed counsel. Court does not appoint counsel at this point. The court does find that she has posted bond in the amount of $3,000.
Look at that. Look at that. It's titled Enhanced Arrangement Script. Your courtroom appearance in Butler County. Special appearance and identification. Reading from a script. Reading directly from a script. And she held it up in camera, and Brett Sweeney sees it too. Look at that. That's what it says. Enhanced arrangement script. I told you they all read from a script. She don't really fucking know what she ain't researched those cases. She don't know what she's reading. They throw them into the wolves.
Cash $3,000 cash bond, and the court has scheduled her next appearance date before Judge Webster on Monday, August 11, 2025 at 9 a.m. Any other matters to come before the court, Mr. Sweeney?
No, Your Honor.
And Miss Leslie?
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your
Your Honor, my jurisdictional challenge is predicated upon multiple independent grounds, each sufficient to warrant.
He told her to go to script 3. So we're on script 3 right now.
Dismissal. First, I challenge personal jurisdiction pursuant to Kansas Rule of Civil Procedure. I appear specially, not generally, and have not consented to this court's jurisdiction. The record before this court is devoid of evidence establishing proper jurisdiction.
The problem that they have is with the special appearance. A special appearance is someone like a friend of the court, like a Supreme Court, probably like an expert witness, an expert standby attorney. That's what it applies to. A special appearance doesn't apply to the actual defendant. You can't make a special appearance if you are named in the charging instrument. That doesn't even apply to them. See, what they do is they misinterpret statutes and laws all day. So they're going to court citing cases and statutes and civil procedures that don't even apply to the way they're trying to apply it. And everybody, the judge and the prosecutor, knows this. The only ones who don't know it are the pro se sovereign citizen litigants.
Over my person as a living woman rather than a legal fiction or corporate entity, as distinguished in Hale v. Hinkle in 1906, and recognizing Kansas jurisprudence. Second, I challenge subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to Kansas Rule of Civil Procedure 60-212 B1. No verified complainant from any injured party has been filed as required by KSA subsection 22-2301 in Butler County Local Rule 3.1.
So when she's talking about no injured party, this is not an injury claim. This is not an insurance claim. You're under a criminal misdemeanor. The injured party is the state of Kansas who passed laws. You violated a statute which is upheld as law. So there doesn't have to be a physical injured party. This is not a personal injury suit. It's not an insurance claim. But they misinterpret and don't understand the distinctions, and this is why they always lose.
The perpetrated charges arise from actions of agents of the state acting under a color of law, not from a legitimate controversy between adversarial parties withstanding as required by Article 3 jurisprudence, jurisprudential principles adopted by Kansas courts and state.
So actual case or controversy, that is a term used in civil court. You're in criminal court. So the set of standards and rules are different. She's quoting from civil because the sovereign citizens believe that when they say all crimes are civil or there's only one form of action, civil action. What they don't understand is there's a civil side of the court and there's a criminal side. She's on the criminal side. She's not in a civil dispute, but she's applying civil court doctrines into a criminal case, which this is why she's confused. She's trying to understand why the judge isn't seeing all this, but the judge been doing this about 20-some years. The state prosecutor knows how it goes. She's using terms and procedures that are not even applicable to this courtroom setting. And then when she says jurisprudence, that jurisprudence is a set of principles that kind of give you a guideline on how the courts operate. But the jurisprudence is not law. So she's citing it like they're supposed to follow the jurisprudence instead of the court of criminal procedures in Kansas. See, you see how I'm able to pick apart where they go wrong at?
State ex rel Morrison versus Libius. Third, I challenge territorial jurisdiction. The alleged incident occurred after I had ceased operating my conveyance and was exercising my unalienable right to travel, placing it outside the territorial jurisdiction of.
So there she go, exercising her right to travel. Here we go again. You have a right to travel, but depending on what mode of transportation that you use, you may have to register the vehicle. Once again, the Supreme Court is very clear on this. Driving is not a privilege. Driving is a right. I don't care what any one of these sovereign citizen legal beagles want to come and try to correct me. The Supreme Court is clear on this. Driving is a right. I mean, driving is not a right. It's a privilege. That's what it is. You have a privilege to drive. It's not a right. Your right to drive can be revoked. Like when they revoke your license, if it was a right, they cannot revoke it. It's a privilege. You don't have a right to drive a vehicle. You cannot just get behind a vehicle whenever you want without the proper credentials. So you're an unalienable right. You're wrong. You're off again on that one.
Traffic enforcement under KSA subsection 8-244, which by its plain language applies only to licensees who have voluntarily entered the regulatory framework. Fourth, the prosecution cannot establish the corpus delicti of the alleged offenses.
They always say the word corpus delicti, but I guarantee you, if you ask them what does it mean, break it down, they will never know.
As held by the Kansas Supreme Court in State v. Stern in 2015, the corpus delicti rule serves as a safeguard against convictions based on false confessions or statements. One cannot interfere with a peace officer absent of officer's lawful execution of duties. Where the initial detention was unlawful, as it was here due to lack of probable cause, there can be no derivative crime or of interference. Fifth, the refusal to provide identification is not a crime in Kansas, absent specific statutory circumstances not present here today.
Okay, so even if that was their argument, lack of probable cause, this is just your initial court appearance. All that is hearings and motions that you got to get to the bottom of that as you progress through the proceedings. This is just basically saying, you've been charged with this. Do you want a lawyer or not?
This is in support by Brown versus Texas in 1979. The Supreme Court held that detaining a person solely to obtain identification violates the Fourth Amendment absent reasonable suspicion of criminal activity. The principle has been recognized and applied by Kansas courts. In one moment, please, while I gather another statement.
Go ahead. Just go ahead. Just go. Do what you want. Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
AI moves fast. Your billing should too. With ChargeBee, you can move beyond payments to.
And they actually sit through all this shit. If I was a judge, man.
Judicial conduct, as well as controlling principles under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. During a prior proceeding, specifically, this court referred right to a neutral and detached tribunal. The use of that term demonstrates either a prejudiced bias or a judicial predeposition toward.
Oh, you definitely a sovereign citizen. He used the right term. Oh, you definitely a sovereign citizen.
Delegating the substance of my legal posture. As the Kansas Supreme Court has held, even the appearance of partially mandates recusal, and here the record reflects actual prejudice in open court. Wherefore, I respectfully move this honorable court to dismiss all charges with prejudice for lack of jurisdiction, issue a finding that the prosecution has failed to meet its burden of establishing jurisdiction, order the immediate return of all my property seized, including the 251 USD confiscated and converted to a reloadable Visa card without my consent, order the expungement and permanent sealing of every associated record pursuant to KSA subsection 22-2410, award compensation for the full measure of damages sustained, including.
Now you said award compensation. This is not even the venue to even seek such damages. This is not even the venue. Oh my God.
Costs for my automobile window repair, bail costs, and compensation for unlawful detention and deprivation of liberty. Grant such and further relief as this court deems just and proper.
Everything she just read, that last part, that's all in civil court. You are in criminal court. How many times I gotta tell you? None of that applies.
The breaking of my automobile window without warrant or probable cause of a search and confiscation of my currency constitutes violations of clearly established rights for which the law provides remedies pursuant to the maxim ubi jus ibi ridium, where there is a right, there is a remedy. I reserve all rights without prejudice, waive none, and maintain my special appearance for the sole purpose of challenging jurisdiction and preserving my alienable rights as secured by the Constitution for the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of Kansas. And thank you for hearing me. I do appreciate you, Your Honor, and thank you for your time.
And once again, matter is set before Judge Webster.
All that. Look, all that. She went on that long diatribe, and look at, I love the judge's response. Straight to the point. Once again, like basically none of what you said I'm even listening to. Look at her. Look at her.
Judge Webster on Monday. Again, matter is set before Judge Webster on Monday, August 11, 2025, 9 a.m. by Zoom.
Classic.
2025, 9. Matter is set before.
Classic.
You, Your Honor, and thank you for your time.
Classic. Watch this.
And once again, matter is set before Judge Webster on Monday, August 11, 2025, 9 a.m. by Zoom. There being nothing further to come before the court, court is in recess, and have a good day, Miss Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that didn't work. Told you. He completely ignored it.
You don't know him.
For the record, I am DeMarcus Bay, the implied surety for DeMarcus Contrail Brown.
This shit right here, and I like the way the judge handled this one, y'all. This shit right here, oh my God.
Now I'd like to file a motion in the court for additional 30 days for me to seek counsel. Is the defendant?
That's the sovereign, that's the more, okay, so this sovereign citizen stuff, I break it down. The African Americans are more on that Moorish American. The Caucasian people more on the Patriot National. And then you got the Patriot, State National. Those are the ones who are just trying shit to get out of a debt. Those are the ones that are just trying shit.
In error, free to go. My name is not spelled in all capital letters. Matter of fact, I filed
Mr. Bay. All right. Today's case features one of the most outrageous sovereign citizen meltdowns yet. This guy goes completely off the rails, claiming he's a foreign national, as if that somehow exempts him from the law. But it doesn't stop there. He actually brings in another sovereign citizen to represent him, because apparently two confused people make a stronger legal team. The judge, however, is having none of it. She keeps her cool, but shuts them both down with sharp wit and no-nonsense energy. It's honestly one of the more entertaining court moments in recent memory. Let me know in the comments what you think about this guy's logic, or lack of it. I'm guessing his IQ is somewhere near room temperature, but I'll let you be the judge.
All right, DeMarcus Contrail Brown.
Your Honor, we were representing him, but we are going to be submitting a withdrawal to you.
You should have it shortly.
All right.
Lawyers got the hell up out of there.
Mr. Brown, are you represented by somebody else?
Yeah. For the record, I am DeMarcus Bay, the implied surety for DeMarcus Contrell Brown. And I would like to file a motion in.
You heard what the judge said? Oh, Lord Jesus. She already knows what's coming. So, for some reason, they still believe, and in every situation in life, the all caps name is the corporation, and you're the surety for it.
In the court for additional.
Even if that's true, it never gets anywhere, so why still pursue it?
30 days for me to seek counsel.
Okay, so Mr. Bay, aka Marcus Contrell Brown, so you're seeking a continuance to get new counsel?
Yes.
Okay, do you have someone in mind, sir?
I have
the Attorney General for the Moorish American sector. That's his lawyer.
Not right now. I'm seeking counsel.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm going to give you a continuance for 30 days, or I'm sorry, till January 5th. But by that time, you need to have counsel on board when they come back so that they can talk to the state to determine if there's anything they can work out on your case, or if they need to get all.
See, he don't want to hear none of that. He's expecting for the case to get dismissed.
Of the information necessary for a trial, if that's what you choose to do. So by January 5th, I will expect that you will have counsel.
Well, I have paperwork on the docket that haven't been rebutted. I have affidavits of truth that haven't been rebutted.
Okay. This judge is about to give a brilliant breakdown of that affidavit of truth. Y'all do realize that an affidavit of truth unrebutted does not stand as law. I don't care what maxims you read. I don't care what revisionist document you read that said it. That's not law.
Sir, we don't do affidavits. People have to appear in person because there's a confrontation clause in the United States Constitution that says witnesses, you have the right to confront witnesses in person. So we don't do affidavits, okay?
She is absolutely right. She's absolutely right. That kills every guru on here talking about affidavit of truth. It kills it. They have a right to confront you. You can't move for a dismissal just because they didn't respond to the affidavit. If you're making a claim against them, you have to have a hearing on it. That's exactly right. So you notice how their procedures violates the same constitution laws that they want to invoke? She is absolutely right about the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause. She is absolutely right. And there is no duty for any lawyer or any adversary party to respond to your affidavit of truth just because you put 10 days to respond on there. There's no duty or obligation to respond. And since most likely the affidavit of truths are nonsensical, some shit like wasn't HJR 192 passed June 5th, 1933, when you're dealing with a fucking mortgage case. Like they'll add some stupid shit like that on there. It has nothing to do with nothing.
Have the right to confront witnesses in person. So because there's a confrontation clause, don't do affidavits. People
and being rebutted, I have affidavits of truth.
That you will have counsel.
Well, I have paperwork on the docket that haven't been rebutted. I have affidavits of truth that haven't been rebutted.
Okay, sir, we don't.
He doesn't know nothing. He's just following the same. He don't know shit. He just doing some shit that one of his homeboys told him to do.
That you will have counsel.
Well, I have paperwork on the docket that haven't been rebutted. I have affidavits of truth that haven't been rebutted.
Okay, sir, we don't do affidavits. People have to appear in person because there's a confrontation clause in the United States Constitution that says witnesses, you have the right to confront witnesses in person. So we don't do affidavits, okay? If you have witnesses that are going to present testimony or evidence on your behalf, then you have to have them come to court and be sworn in and testify at that time, okay? So we're not doing any dismissing and all of that stuff. No, sir.
Shut that down. Judge, and I love Miss Hayward. I love Miss Judge Hayward. We ain't doing it. And I'm just dismissing right now. Nope.
You get your counsel, they'll be able to discuss it with the state, and then y'all can present whatever to the court.
And the accusing deputy must be present too, right? Okay.
They know nothing about courtroom procedure. If you have to, I'll let the judge, because I'm definitely basically going to say the same thing, but I'll let y'all hear from the judge.
So the people always say that, but here's the thing. The state gets to choose whatever witnesses they wish to bring, just like your side gets to choose whatever witnesses you wish to bring. You can't rely on them to bring the person that you want. So if you want to subpoena someone to appear for trial, then you need to subpoena them. You cannot.
Facts. They always expect if you subpoena the fucking sheriff, then
not rely on the state to bring your witness. Okay.
Okay. I got.
He has no clue. She's giving them law school 101. He better take notes.
All right. Anything else?
And jurisdiction can't be challenged at any time, right?
No, sir. Jurisdiction rests.
Told you. It's that 1879 or that 17, some early 1900 court cases that they keep trying to shoot like you can challenge jurisdiction at any given time. I remember that it's like 200 years old back when it was just federal common law running through here. Federal common law has been shrinked down to certain venues. And it's not like it's governed by federal common law. They will invoke federal common law in certain cases, in certain instances. It's not the whole blanket federal common law, but they don't know that. And they will argue me down because I'm basically telling them what they believe is a bunch of crap.
With this court, because this is where the locus of the incident is.
Well, I could be wrong, but it really seems like this sovereign citizen is just stalling. It feels like he's trying to buy time, maybe hoping the judge will grant a delay so he can find a real lawyer. But honestly, why stick to the same tired sovereign citizen script? It's never worked. Not once. Judges shut this stuff down every single time. Watching it unfold is like watching someone try to unlock a door with a banana, completely disconnected from reality. It's baffling. That said, it's hard to tell if this guy is actually convinced the law doesn't apply to him, or if he's just pretending to be clueless to drag things out. What do you think?
Well,
Mr. Bay, let me just explain something to you. Mr. Bay, listen to me.
Okay.
I went to school for 3 years for this. That's full time. If I had gone part time, it would have been 4 or 5 years. And I have been working since, oh Lord, I ain't gonna give my age, but I've been a lawyer and a judge for quite some time. I've been a judge for 10 years as of this year. A lot of times people come before me because they've learned stuff from other people, or they've gone online, or they've read it themselves. But I tell you, it doesn't work the way you think it works. And
I say that day in and day out. It doesn't work the way you think it's going to work. It doesn't work like that. I know what you're saying. I know what they mean. It doesn't work like that, though. And they just can never get past that. Y'all, they can never get past that.
Because they've learned stuff from other people here. A lot of times people come before me because they've learned stuff from other people, or they've gone online, or they've read it themselves. But I tell you, it doesn't work the way you think it works. And so there's a set of statutes, cases, procedures, all of those things.
What do I always say in the Supreme Elite Team group? Rules of the court, standard of review, sufficiency test, procedure, case citation. All that other shit doesn't matter. You don't even get to the facts of the case unless you got all that in a row. And so many gurus have no clue how to get all those 4 things in a row. So they just get straight to the facts and jurisdiction and challenging that. Rules of the court, standard of review, sufficiency test, case citations. When, hey, y'all, they would never figure this shit out.
Things that we have to learn. In fact, let me show you something.
Well, how do you have?
Wait. You see this book right here?
Uh-huh.
This is just this year's edition.
How do you think I know? That's what I read. That's what I study from. Those are the court rules, rules of procedure, rule in here, pleadings, motion. What do you think? You think I'm going to learn from some online revisionist sovereign citizen teacher how the court goes? Or, gee, Lamont, who would you rather learn from? With someone in front of a camera saying? Or are you going to learn from actual criteria that the judges study from and lawyers? Sovereign citizen social media teacher? Am I going to study from the rules, procedures, courts, standards, case citations, rules of evidence, rules of pleading with the judges and lawyers? No. Gee, I don't know.
Of all the stuff that I have to be able to find to figure out what's going on in your case.
There you go. Told you. It's not just so cut and dry like they think. Look at that book she holding up. That's just the procedure. And that's exactly what I got to do. I got to make sure your claim passes sufficiency test, passes standard review. We got case citations to back it up. What are their precedents? How did they normally rule in these court cases? What are like this? What are the facts of case? Imagine what in doctrine to invoke at the right moment? Go to here. Connect this over there. Go over there. Make a left. Go right. But they'll never figure this shit out.
This is just this year's edition. And I got a book like this that includes evidence and procedure.
Number one thing I say, procedure, evidence, procedure. Court is bound by procedure. Whatever your claim is, it has to fit in that procedure. It has to pass a standard of review, which is the sufficiency test. It has to be on the right motion. Got to be in the right form. You got to argue it correctly. All your arguments got to pass a standard. Each argument you make has to pass a standard procedure. But these revisionist legal teachers, they won't even take the time out to even learn it. Learn the rules for each state in which their client represents. They're going to give one blanket document and they're going to sell it to each client. One client could be in Alabama. One client could be in New York. They're going to get the same document. Me, if I got a client in Alabama, our procedure, this document is going to be on Alabama courtroom procedures. Client in New York is going to be sent from New York. They won't even take the time out to even research.
I got a whole wall of books. So when you come in here challenging jurisdiction and all of this stuff people have taught you.
That's what I'm saying. They already know it. That's what I'm saying. They know it's a waste of time, but they just let you just get it out. They let them just get it out.
I got books. Can I show you my Black Law Dictionary?
No.
his counter to all the books the judges showed, which deals with all courtroom procedure, evidence, pleadings, motions. And his counter to that is, can I show you a Black's Law dictionary?
I've taught you.
I got books. Can I show you my Black Law dictionary?
No, sir. Because Black's Law, that's a dictionary. That's not the full case. You know, you come in with all of these.
It's just a dictionary. It doesn't get on the courtroom procedures, courtroom standards. It's good to know how they use the different words and stuff, but it's a dictionary. It doesn't even hold any. Doesn't hold any water.
Full case. You know, you come in with all of these ideas about how you think the law works, but every lawyer in here has done at least 3 years of law school and trainings, trials, all of those things. So you're not going to change the way we do things. So the best thing to do is to get an attorney who can talk to the state about your case, and then we can get this resolved.
And I've been studying courtroom, federal court, criminal and civil procedure. I've been studying since 2015, I think. Yeah, 2015. Yeah, 2015. Yeah, right at that time. State law, for a long time. Almost like 20 years. But they come into court with all these ideas of how it works. She's absolutely right. It's all theory to them.
Your case is pretty simple. You got traffic offenses.
Well, I still want you to prove on the record that you have subject matter jurisdiction, personal jurisdiction.
I'm not proving anything.
Subject matter jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction are two different standards with two different set of elements. Subject matter jurisdiction won't even help you in this case because the court already has jurisdiction over the subject matter, which is a traffic offense. And personal jurisdiction, you already showed up. You waived it.
On the record, sir, I wear the robe. They put me in this position. I've been here 10 years. If I didn't have subject matter jurisdiction, I wouldn't be here.
So
all right?
It's not a difference between public and private for the record. There's no difference.
Sir.
What does that mean? Somebody tell me in the chat. What does that mean? What does that? Somebody put in the chat. What does that mean? Public and the private. What does that mean? What does that mean? And how will public and private be applicable to a traffic case?
Sir,
okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Bay / Brown, you've indicated that you wish to have.
I can't hear. Somebody say couldn't hear the last 30 seconds. It seems like everything is. Can I hear? Hey, I can hear.
Attorney, so I'm going to rely on the fact that you're going to have a.
What's the difference? What's the big hoopla about public and private, and what is the big difference, and how do you benefit from that every day in life? Like there's private property, no trespassing on private property. Like what is the why is I don't fucking know.
An attorney. Don't come back here with the same stuff, and I already told you it's not gonna work.
So you telling me United States codes don't work?
You can tell he is a rookie. He don't know nothing. When they ask questions like that, he reminds me of a guy that if I just would have let him in one of my class and start asking him questions, answering his questions, he's the type that will run through all the playbook on how he thinks it goes and see if I got an answer for that. That's what he's trying to do. And he's the type that if you don't really have an answer for it, then it's true. That's the type of question he said. He'll keep asking questions just to see if you got an answer for it. Because he don't really know the answer. So he's going to see if you can't let me know what it is, then obviously how I see it must be true. What does the United States Code have to do with a state traffic ticket? Somebody please answer that for me. What's the connection? What is the connection? And don't give me no revisionist belief system answer. Give me a straight legal answer.
Already told you it's not gonna work.
So you telling me United States codes don't work?
No, I'm telling you, you don't know them. So
facts. Because clearly you don't know them. Why do everybody think that they could just come in state court talking about federal law? It's federal law. It's federal law. Federal law just can't come and chump over state. Why you acting like federal law can just come in state and do whatever they want? Federal law just can't go. Man, please.
States codes don't work.
no, I'm telling you, you don't know them. So
I
first
have
of
it
all,
right here.
the United States codes don't work in Georgia because Georgia has its own code.
Duh.
OCGA.
So the meaning of driver is different in Georgia.
Yes,
But
sir.
according to 49
That's the best.
Yes. The meaning could be different depending on what state you're in. Yes. 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 Because states have the power to create their own rules and laws. Yes. It's called police power. Granted under the 10th Amendment, separation of powers. What now? They're not following the Constitution. That's still an argument. When they say they don't follow the Constitution, why don't they ever bring up to the 10th Amendment? Huh? The only thing that the state can do is make laws that violates the United States Constitution. That's the only thing they can do. Outside of that, they can make whatever laws they want. And the federal government ain't just going to keep snooping around every law that they make. Every state has their own General Assembly where they vote and pass laws. They got their own House. They got their own Senate. They got their own state government. State government is not always subordinated to the federal government. It's just not. They got their own rules. They can make their own laws. And they can disregard federal law if it goes against the states and their citizens' best interests. The governor can. The governor has just as much. The governor is the president. That's the equivalent powers. It's the president in each state.
Mr. Bay, I'm not doing this with you. Get an attorney.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. We'll see you on January 5th at 11 a.m.
All right. Before we jump into the most chaotic part of this case, go ahead and prepare to lose a few brain cells. I definitely lost some just watching the first few minutes. So yeah, consider this your official warning. You're about to witness peak sovereign citizen nonsense. No joke. This guy actually brought along his sovereign citizen buddy. And get this, he claims to be the attorney general. Yep, just casually. Breaking the law by pretending to be a lawyer without a license. You can't just wake up and decide you're an attorney unless you're living in sovereign citizen fantasy land. Anyway, let me know your thoughts as we go, because this only gets wilder.
So, DeMarcus Contrell Brown.
I have interest in that matter. Is the defendant ever free to go?
There you go. Told you. Now he coming in. I got an interest in that matter. Is the defendant free to go? The defendant in error.
If the who, what?
Is the defendant in error free to go?
No.
Well, let the record show the defendant in error is ordered to stay and participate.
Okay, who is the defendant in error? That's a new one for me.
That is a new one. That's a good one for me too. That is a good one.
All cap name is trust that I am a beneficiary of. My name is not spelled in all capital letters. I have a court order decree saying that.
Okay, Mr. Bay.
Yeah.
Mr. Bay, do you have an attorney representing you, sir?
Attorney General, my Attorney General is online. You may speak to me, sir.
Is the Attorney General, Mr. Bay, hold on, let me ask my question before you tell me something crazy. Is the Attorney General a member of the State Bar of Georgia?
I'm a non-state actor. I'm a foreign national. Matter of fact, I filed
Mr. Bay. Mr. Bay, I don't care if you were Alexander Putin, the premier of Russia. If you are in Georgia and you're represented by an attorney, that attorney would have to be a member of the State Bar of Georgia. Foreign national or not. Just as if you went to another country and you had an attorney represent you, that attorney would have to meet the requirements of that country and of that state. Okay, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Bay, hush. Mr. Attorney General.
I'm trying to set a record.
Mr. Bay, Mr. Attorney General, are you a member of the State Bar of Georgia? You want to unmute for me?
Speak, bro. Get off me.
Well, I love how these two sovereign citizen clowns are just casually on a phone call while the judge is literally speaking. Like, bro, you're in court, not lounging on your couch dodging spam calls. The judge is trying to run an actual legal proceeding, and these guys are out here acting like they're stuck in a Verizon customer service loop. This is exactly why we need all these sovereign citizen hearings in person. Can you imagine how much more hilarious it would be watching them flail around without being able to mute themselves or Google fake laws mid-hearing? Just raw, unfiltered cringe. Live. Honestly, we need a national petition. Sovereign citizens must show up in person to embarrass themselves properly. That might sound harsh, but, like, what's the alternative? Keep letting them troll from the comfort of their living room? Let me know what you guys think about that idea. Now let's get back to the chaos, because this so-called Attorney General is about to take the delusion to the next level.
What's going on is he's a member of a foreign state corporation basically doing business in Georgia. So
Okay,
basically,
sir, that's not what I asked you. No, sir.
I get what you're saying,
No, sir.
man.
No, and I get what you're saying, but we're not doing that because that's not how we operate. Those are not the laws under which I am required to conduct court. So we either gonna do it my way or we.
And that's another problem that they don't get. No matter what they come in and say, they already got a set of laws, set of rules, set of procedures that they're going to follow. The problem is the judges' set of rules, laws, and procedures that they are under oath to follow has nothing to do with the rules and laws and procedures that they come into court with. That's the difference.
We're gonna put you
We
on
understand the rules of the court. We understand the rules of the court. I got you.
Okay, are you a member of the State Bar of Georgia?
No, I'm not a member of the Bar of Georgia.
Okay,
what I'm trying to realize
as he can represent himself,
you need to take consideration on that matter on how he's doing business in Georgia.
He can represent himself, or he can be represented by a member of the State Bar of Georgia, but he cannot have you represent him or purport to represent him.
Hell nah. You gotta pass the
That's not gonna work. All right. So, Mr. Bay, do you wish to choose someone who is a member of the State Bar of Georgia to represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I invoke my right to remain silent as the beneficiary of Demarcus Cottrell Brown estate.
Okay, sir. So, sir, you're invoking your right to remain silent, which means that you do not wish to enter a plea that
I plead to be released.
That would resolve your case today. As such, the court is going to enter a plea of not guilty for you.
I object. You cannot practice law from the bench.
That's what they always say. And they only say that because there's they don't know court procedure. So basically what that is, if you refuse to enter into a plea, the courts are bound to enter into a plea of not guilty for you. They can't enter a plea of guilty. It's prejudice. So since you refuse to participate, they will enter a plea of not guilty. It's been upheld in every goddamn Supreme Court, state court, you could think. So the sovereign citizens don't like that because they know that the case is proceeding while they just want to dismiss for whatever reasons. So they'll say, I object, you practice in front of the bench. That's only just to stall and stop the progression of the proceedings. What they ultimately want to do is be such a pain in the thorn in the side of the prosecutor, the court, and the whole proceedings that the prosecutors would just say, you know what? It's a small case. Just dismiss it. See, that was what they used to do several years back. But they realized that by doing that, it's inviting sovereign citizens to think that this stuff really works. But the only reason why they dismissed it is because they just got tired of wasting time. Now they're going all the way through.
On USC 454, judge practicing law from the bench.
And put you on a trial court, on a trial calendar so that your case may be heard at trial.
I object.
All right, sir. Thank you. You'll get notice in the mail. If anything changes about your address, then you can go ahead and let us know by coming in.
I demand an evidence hearing.
You will have that at the time of the trial,
evidence
sir.
hearing.
You're not going to have an evidence hearing today because that's not what we're here for. This is
you are dishonorable. I got your oath, Tammy Long.
So they believe that just because they have their oath of office, that they are going to sue them, some type of fee schedule. Yeah.
So, Mr. Bay, I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You'll have a trial at which time you can have an evidence hearing. You'll get notice in the mail.
In violation of Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution.
Your notice in the mail, then you can appear for hearing with whatever evidence that you wish to present. Although you are not required to present any evidence or testimony because the state has the burden of proving the case against you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. You're free to go at this time. All right, Kevin Jermaine Burrows.
All right. I give judges a hard time sometimes, but this one,
that was the perfect. Nope. She did exactly what she's supposed to do. The last one.
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up their competitors' marketing strategies.
Record of payments.
Yeah, nice little accent. All right.
Remember college? Well, now college is over, and here comes your.
This is our.
All right, so this is the sisterhood, mad, bitter, don't get my way, show my ass, sovereign citizen, all wrapped in one.
Civil calendar for Thursday, January 4th, 2024.
I understand that you believe that legal tender or notice of exchange that you gave me should count, but it does not. The answer to this question is that the order that was entered says that tenant must make the following payments into the court registry, and there were no payments made into the court registry, and the filing that you submitted does not constitute a payment of legal tender into the court registry and does not constitute compliance with the order that you make a payment into the court registry. And there, Ballard, you may pursue whatever appellate rights you wish to pursue.
You cannot make a
Obviously, you
ruling over
disagree with
something
my
that
order.
you don't know.
I'm
Told you. Told you. It's coming out. It's coming out. She ain't get away. It's coming out.
sorry, Miss Ballard.
You
I
cannot make
did
a
not hear
ruling
you.
over something you can't know. You saying you don't know is an unacceptable response. Respectfully.
Miss Ballard, as I said, my answer was, if you would like to direct me to case law that says that what you
Is this a
submitted
court of
is
law?
legal, Miss Ballard.
See, this is the thing. They never have case law to support their position. They think the judge is supposed to do that. That's not the judge's job. And this is the hallmark of what I say. They do all these processes and they can never find a single case law that states that the process that they're doing has been recognized as either legal tender, a legal form of action, and can never find a case that has ruled similar into the claims that they present. If you don't have that, you have nothing. And this is why a lot of these sovereign citizens do things administratively and try to stay out of court, because they know their sovereign citizen belief systems won't work in court. While me and the Supreme Elite team, we go to court with our claims.
Ballard?
This is a court of law. It is unacceptable for you.
Miss Ballard, you may pursue whatever appellate remedies you would
Keep
like to
muting
pursue.
me, and we're going to have
this
another
matter
hearing
is
in person
resolved.
because you guys are very
Thank you, Honor.
disrespectful.
Okay. Go. Will you hand me my screen box? Now go.
Ms. Ballard, Ms. Akpati and Mr. Is it Jadapati? Is that correct?
Yes, Honor.
Those individuals are here on behalf of D23 LLC, and they were asking if perhaps I could put you guys in a breakout room to discuss whether or not, just briefly discuss whether or not there might be some agreement that y'all could come to. Is that something you would be willing to do, Ms. Ballard?
No, not at this time.
What she should have, but she thinks her sovereign citizen documents are legal. So, but she should have took that option.
Okay. Ms. Akpati? That's the announcement I've gotten. So can you tell me, Ms. Ballard, what I'm not going to call your case formally right now. Right now, what I'm looking for is how long do you think that it will take to present what you want to present to the court today?
To my understanding, has the court reviewed the affidavits that has been
Told you. Affidavit.
submitted?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, so what can I expect as far as procedure? How will this hearing go?
Well, so typically what will happen, because you are the movant, you're the person who's seeking relief.
So I mean, the burden is on her to prove that what she tendered is legal. It's not on the judge. You can, is this a court of law? Has nothing to do with anything. The burden is always on the movant. But Thomas Lane, you don't know what you're talking about.
So I would call on you to make any presentation that you would want to make. Sometimes people choose to do that. Some people don't choose to do that. But the idea is that if you wanted to explain to me what your position is in some shorter or different way from how you put it in the filings that you made, and then I would call on Ms. Akpati on behalf of her client to make a response. And then typically, because you're the movant, I would let you have the last word. And then sometimes I rule during the hearing. Sometimes I take it under advisement. It just depends on the circumstances. But right now, at this part of the hearing, what I'm typically doing is just asking the parties to tell me, how long do you think it will take if you wanted to make a presentation to me, Ms. Ballard, or if you want to rest on your briefs, you can do that. But if you wanted to make a presentation to outline verbally for me what you believe are the important issues, how long would that take?
I'm not sure. To my understanding, with this hearing, I was under the understanding that the affidavits that have been presented are fully understood, and that based on what I have submitted, that there would be a proper decision and ruling.
Okay. Okay, so I'm interpreting that, Ms. Ballard, as you wanting to rest on the materials that you've sent, and that's perfectly fine.
Oh, so she thinks that the affidavit she submitted is the supreme law of the land. And just because nobody rebutted it, that it is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, and the judge will rule on the affidavits in their favor. She wasn't even expected to have a hearing on it because she thinks that her affidavits are so powerful that the judge is going to rule on the affidavits right then and there, no need for a hearing. And they all have this expectations when they go to court. So when they get hit with the actual proceedings, now, and this is why they get flustered, because they're not prepared, because they don't know anything. Every hallmark of what they do, they load up their entire case on the initial documents. That's it. It should never go beyond this. So this is it right here. Nothing else. The ruling should be right here based on this. What they don't expect is you have to follow up. It's your first move. Here's your response to their position. They respond. Your response. They respond. Your response. They respond. Your response. See, they don't have that much stamina, repertoire with them. Everything that they know is that first one. And if they don't get the ruling they want on their first one, their first set of documents, their laws, because they're sovereign citizen teachers who they gave them documents to or paid for, they don't have nothing for you but that. Notice how there's never any follow-up with the sovereign citizen teachers. They give you that one document and gone. Do your research. Ain't that what they tell you? Shit, do your research. I don't know what to do after this. They have no stamina. They don't have enough knowledge to go back and forth for months. 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. None. It's all loaded up on that one presentment. Facts.
Ms. Ipati, what presentation, if any, did you intend to make? I'm just trying to get a time.
Let's go back to
Ms. Rest on the materials that you've sent, and that's perfectly fine. Ms. Ipati.
So hold on.
There would be.
So here we go. Let's listen to what she said. She thought basically she's wording it different, but basically she thought she was just going to get away with that what she filed. No hearing, no finding of facts, because the judge is pretty much making her explain it, break it down. And when they can't explain it, break it down, you notice that they can't. Hold on, my bad. When they can't explain it or break it down, you will notice that they can't, because they start to get attitude, start to get flustered, start to cut the judge off, start to get out their square. It's really frustration because they actually have to stand on something that they know they don't know how to stand on. Let me run in and do something right quick. Hold on.
And presented are fully understood, and that based on what I have submitted, that there would be a proper decision and ruling.
Okay, so I'm interpreting that, Ms. Ballard, as you wanting to rest on the materials that you've sent, and that's perfectly fine. Ms. Ipati, what presentation, if any, did you intend to make? I'm just trying to get a time idea of how long this might take.
5 minutes, y'all.
Okay.
You can save $10,000 or more on your next real estate transaction. Stop paying such high commissions. At Realty People, we charge $500 plus 1% of the home sales price.
I'm ready to take up the matter of the Natasha Ballard versus D23 LLC, which is an appeal from a dispossessory order in magistrate court.
Possessory order, foreclosure.
Ms. Ballard, as I mentioned, I have reviewed.
Notice how the ones who's filing suit for possession is always the LLC, always the SPV, always the lawyer for the issuing entity. You notice how when it comes to court, it's never really the lender.
The petition that you filed with the affidavit that was accompanied, that accompanied it. And so did you wish to make any oral presentation here at the hearing, or do you want me to rely on what you have submitted in your briefs, which again is fine. You may do whichever you wish.
Sure. So from my position, I filed an affidavit of priority interest in the
Affidavit of these affidavits.
property. I don't understand how we can be at this point when I'm not a tenant and there's no contract for being a tenant. The other party, the opposing party, says that they have interest in the property, saying that they have a sheriff's deed, which is...
They purchased it. It was put up for sale. They purchased it. That's pretty much all there is to it. And you didn't want to leave. Simple.
It's a color of title. It's not the title.
Color of title, color of law. You know what?
There's no position of equity with that sheriff's deed. So to my understanding,
they brought it, you dingbat.
Standing with there not being a contract, and I'm challenging the jurisdiction of...
That's a term I've never heard before. Challenging the jurisdiction again.
This other entity. I'm requesting that this motion under the titles, under the Rule 60V, this is thrown out. It just...
She didn't even... Did anybody understand that argument? Was that argument coherent? She don't even know what the hell she's saying. Because she wasn't expected to argue it. Because they never expected to sit down and argue it and defend their position in court. This is why they try to stay out of court. She don't know how to argue it. And even if she did, it's still wrong.
We don't have a contract. There's nothing to really argue.
Remember that contract? Remember that contract? You're not going to have a contract because they purchased a home at a sheriff's deed. Are you not getting that? The judge kicked you out the home. The lender put it up for sale. That company that's suing you now purchased it. What equity do they need to have? What contract do they need to have? See, it's the difference between seeing the situation for what it is versus seeing the situation for how you want to see it.
Here. So, it's clearly displayed and stated in the affidavit that I submitted. And bottom line, we don't have a contract. The other entity does not own this property.
Okay.
I have priority interest and equity in this property.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ballard. As I said, I have had a chance to review the magistrate court file and the appeal materials that you filed in this case. One question I did have, Ms. Ballard, is that
now this is where it's about to get interesting, because in order for her to appeal, she had to post an appeal bond. So meaning the amount of whatever the claim is, she has to post that with the court. Now, a lot of these revisionist sovereigns, 100 comments. God damn. I've been lighting the comment section up today. So a lot of these revisionist sovereign citizen, thank y'all for the engagement. It's been there, 100 comments. Good God Almighty. So a lot of these revisionist sovereign citizen people, they think that they can define, they have a misguided idea on what currency is and what's acceptable currency in the United States. They know what it really is. But whenever the actual normal accepted currency that we use every day, whenever it's not in their advantage to use it or may lack it or don't have it at all, they want to substitute that currency for a new currency that they want to issue, tack on a 1933 statute that has no application to it, and call it money.
Part of the order that was
Now listen to this. She's about to get to the order. Let's pay attention.
entered against you, which you are challenging here, right? That the magistrate judges, the purpose of this action is because the magistrate judge entered an order that said that you were not entitled to possession, and that and you're challenging that order. And I understand that part. But part of the order also requires that for you to challenge it, you're required to make some payment into the registry of the court. And
this is the nucleus of it, and this is where it's going to start to go off the rails.
And my looking at the system, I don't see that any payments have been made. I think that that's part of Ms. Akpati's argument in a brief that she filed a couple of days ago, that you have not made a payment into the registry of the court to preserve your appeal rights. Can you tell me about that?
Now, this is the part where she's going to start to get upset, because with these sovereign citizens, the reality is they don't even know what the hell they're submitting. It's just a script. They haven't really done no deep dive research from a objective point of view, instead of confirmation bias research, where you research only documents from people who think like you. So they're going to tell you, yeah, this is the right way to go. They're not going to research from a legal, totally objective legal standpoint, because if they did, it would tell them that the same thing that you're trying to issue, courts have already rejected as frivolous. So they stay away from that type of research. So they narrow their focus on revisionist sovereign citizen documents where people think like them are telling them, oh, this is good to go file it, giving them hope, a false sense of hope at that. But in order for the court to even hear her claim, she had to make a deposit to the court. Now, this lady has paid for things in the normal acceptable currency in her life. But this is another thing, a part of becoming that you have to be sovereign citizen. You have to throw all logic away. And part of the logic that you have to throw it away is that they know what they tendered to the court was an actual payment, but they have to stick to the script because they have no other hope. And most sovereign citizens pursuing these manners, they're always at their wits' end, because if they had $5 million right now, they would abandon this stuff in a heartbeat.
If you have made a payment and maybe I just don't have it in my system, or if you haven't made a payment, can you tell me the basis for that?
I have. They did not ask for rent. They didn't put an affidavit to ask for rent. So
why do you keep putting in an affidavit? It would be considered an order, not an affidavit. See, she even thinks these people are sovereign citizens.
Oh, and there's no contract, but I have paid into the court of registry. The paperwork is there.
No. Is the money there? Is the money there? Not paperwork. Is the money there? And as y'all read it, as you watch along, she's going to know how foolish this really is. So you can tell that her logical self is going to start convicting her, because she's even embarrassed to even explain what it really is. She's going to be even embarrassed to even explain it, because she knows how foolish it really is. But she is that desperate that she has to try something that she knows logically doesn't make any sense. That's the sad part about the sovereign citizen space. They put themselves in a pickle so deep in the hole, pause, is that they know what they're trying makes no logical sense, but they can only see the ramifications for not trying it, and they feel like they have no other hope, nor do they ever ran across a teacher that understands how this stuff goes, like me. So they feel like they have no other choice but to do this. They have choices, but the choices that they do have on the table, they don't want to do it because a lot of these people are selfish. They want to get out of all this while keeping the property at the same time.
Can you tell me how much you pay?
Oh, best believe sovereign citizens always want one-sided bargains. They do a lot of complaining about the other side, but that's all they want, all one-sided bargains, everything to go their way.
Get into the court registry?
All of it. It's on a continuous basis until this matter is resolved. The last month and the remaining balance, everything is in compliance with the order from Magistrate Judge Brooks.
Okay. I am going to call on Ms. Potty for her response right now, Ms. Ballard. And then, as I said, because you're the movement on this matter, I'm going to call on you and let you have a chance to respond. Okay. Ms. Potty?
Your Honor, just to get straight to the point, no payment has been made. I did call the court this morning and there has been no payment made. So if Ms. Ballard is saying that she has made the payment, could she—
and that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what happened. No payment has been made. That whatever you've tendered, bill of exchange or whatever you tender, it's not payment. There was no real checking account that the money was deducted from and credit the court register. There's nothing. She got straight to the point. Now, Ms. Ballard, deep down inside, she knows that's true. Now, she really didn't make a payment. That's what I'm saying. It's like they forced themselves to play stupid and play the semantics game, but they know deep down inside they never really make a real payment. No. Throw that belief system, what they believe, out the window. Deep down inside, they know they're not really making a payment. They know they're tendering a worthless instrument. But then they got to force themselves to believe that they are. So they're making arguments knowing deep down inside they're just trying to get out of it. And this is the disingenuous nature of the sovereign citizen community. They never come in good faith. Regardless of their exercising their rights, they never come in good faith. They all display the traits of lie, deception, disingenuousness, selfishness. Everybody that's in the sovereign citizen community has those traits. Tending false instruments to get money back, defrauding the government. It's all the same traits, regardless if you want to believe it's not. But that's why I tell people, get out of the sovereign citizen mindset, because take finances out of it. It's bad traits to walk through life having.
She provides to the court some form of evidence showing that she's made the payment? Because again, as of 15 minutes ago, no payment has been made, or the court is not aware of any payment being made.
Probably one of the biggest questions that we get from our customers was, well, how do you really go about buying gold? One option that people have is they could invest in what's called an ETF, or an exchange traded fund. The good thing about that is it's an actual fund that's traded on an exchange. And
yeah, I have looked in both the magistrate court file, which is often where those payments will go, and I've looked in this action. And the financial documents don't indicate that any payment has been made in either case, other than the original, I think, $103 filing fee that was paid by the defendant in the magistrate court. Excuse me, by the defendant D23, the filing fee. Ms. Ballard, do you have any documentation? I'm looking at the file and I don't see anything that indicates payment. I'm happy to follow up with the court because sometimes the clerk gets a little bit behind, but do you have any documentation regarding when you made those payments or the amount of the payment?
It was a couple weeks ago when I filed it into the court registry.
Okay, what did you file? Did you file like a proof of payment, or what did you file?
This is the embarrassing part. This is the embarrassing part. She doesn't know how that bill of exchange, she can't articulate it. She don't really know. It's just part of the script. This is the part where she's getting embarrassed because she knows what she's about to say out of her mouth absolutely makes no sense. There you go, right there. That's the frustration part. When she's being put on the spot and the judge knows what she's doing. That's the thing about it. The judge knows that's a sovereign citizen shit. The judge knows she's not judge playing like, well, where's the neck? You just let me know. The judge knows what she's doing. The judge wants her to explain that nonsense. That's all. And she's wording it like, oh, we just can't find it. Can you let me know? What was it? What did you send? And that's all they got to ask you when you go to court. And everybody's going to be left looking stupid because you know, it's not going to make any sense. That's why she gave that, because she didn't want to explain it, because she can't.
When I filed it into the court of registry.
Documentation regarding when you made those payments or the amount of the payment?
It was a couple weeks ago when I filed it into the court of registry.
Okay, what did you file? Did you?
Right there. That's the question she did not want to answer. That's why she thought the judge was going to rule on affidavits to hurry up and skedaddle. She did not want to, and this is the problem with them. They never know how to accurately defend it in court because it's too frivolous to defend. They don't ever want to stand up under this in court. This is a classic example why. Now watch her.
Did you file like a proof of payment, or what did you file?
It is basically a money order.
See, she don't even sound confident talking. It was basically, it's either a money order or not. Did you exchange cash for it or not? It's basically, she's too embarrassed to even, she don't even, and none of them ever want to talk about the actual tender of payment when it gets down to it. Because they know it sounds ridiculous when you have to really break down, what did you actually send? What did you do? How did you? Because they know what, they didn't do nothing. They know it's fraudulent. Now she's sitting there like, it was basically a money order.
I apologize. I need to take a brief break for something. Hold on just one moment. Okay, Ms. Akpati and Ms. Ballard, I apologize for that brief interruption. Okay, so where we are right now procedurally is that there is a dispossessory order that was entered by Judge Brooks on December the 7th that awarded a money judgment in the amount of $459.40 to Ms. Akpati's client, D23. And then also ordered that any rent amount in the amount of $998.11 had to be paid on.
By the way, when someone buys your house in the sheriff's sale, you are considered a tenant in the house. And if you refuse to leave on your own, they can come to court and put you out just like they're doing a tenant. That's all that is. Sometimes, depending on the owner, they may just, you know, say, hey, you still want to live here, just pay me rent. I've seen that happen dozens of times. So people just pay rent to the new owner.
On the 5th of each month, beginning, let's see, with January the 5th. But that would have required a prior payment in December. And there's no, respectfully, Ms. Ballard, I don't, if you can provide me with some documentation of the payment, I'm happy to pursue that with the clerk of court and find out if there is some issue with it being credited to the wrong file or something like that. But absent any such documentation, there's no evidence that the required payment has been made.
Let me just say this. The judge already looked at the file. The judge knows exactly what she's doing. She knows the instrument that she tendered is not payment. She's really just giving the girl grace to try to explain it. But the judge knows there's no payment there.
Either into the magistrate court or into the superior court file. And absent that payment being made, the order that was entered very clearly says that if tenant appeals the judgment and wishes to remain in possession of the property, those payments must be made. And so...
Oh, before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
That would...
The question is, why didn't she just make the payment with cash, just regular way? Sovereign citizens always looking for a way to get out of any obligation, aka no accountability.
Would typically mean that the dispossessory order would be issued in Stanter, and D23 LLC would be entitled to possession of the property in Stanter, which would mean immediately. Do you have any additional documentation that you could perhaps email to Mr. Freehoff and copy Ms. Akpati so that I could see it and then follow up with the clerk regarding what happened to a payment that you made?
So I tendered a payment into the court of registry. If my payment was not accepted, I would not have received a case number for this case.
No. No. It's not how it works. Anytime you tender anything into the court, I don't give a damn if you submitted a shoestring. You are going to get a receipt for it. A receipt just means, and I've spoken to clerk of courts, it just means that this is what you submitted to the court. If you tender cash, you're going to get a receipt for the cash. If you tendered a document, you're going to get a receipt for that document, letting you know that, hey, this is what you tendered. And what you tendered was pursuant to whatever court case you got going on. She's looking at the fact, and this is another one of the million misinterpretations, because they don't know how the situation really goes, that she felt that just because if they didn't accept that fraudulent instrument, I would have never gotten the acknowledgement from it. But that's not, once again, it's not how it goes.
Right now, the payment was accepted. It had to have been in order to get.
And that's what she's going to lay on. It had to be accepted. It can't go any other way because I have no other options.
This case number.
Well, actually,
so I have to feel that.
Actually, that's not correct. So the file indicates, Ms. Ballard, the file indicates that you submitted an affidavit of poverty, and that poverty affidavit was granted for the filing fee. So you didn't have to pay a filing fee to be able to open this case.
Respectfully, I tendered a payment in the magistrate court.
Right. I'm not questioning, Ms. Ballard, that you did. What I'm saying is I need some documentation of that payment, because there's no such payment reflected in the magistrate court. And so if you have a receipt, if you have
that's the last thing she's gonna provide. You better ask that girl for a receipt. You better not ask that lady for a receipt. A receipt for payment of cash? Shit. On a bill of exchange? Shit. Shit. Most people don't even understand how bills of exchange even works. They just submit them because they said do it. They don't even know how bills of exchange work. They have no clue. I was trying to show y'all a receipt that I got from the court. I'm trying to show, but I can't find it. Y'all know what a receipt looks like. Yep. Yep. Oh, she ain't gonna show you no receipt now.
A copy of the money order. If you have even a bank transaction indicating where you withdrew that money from.
Oh, now we get into actual real money. Judge, why are you putting on the blast like on the spot like you know she ain't telling no real money? You know she ain't telling no real money. Judge, don't ask a real legitimate question that everybody will be able to produce if they actually did that. Judge. No, none of them. The ones that's having a hearing, you could just hear it. She's not on camera. Judge, that's too much like right. But a simple, normal, easy answer. Easy. The adults do it every day. Pay for something, made a payment. Here's your receipt. No, don't ask for a receipt. You just it gotta be accepted based on the laws. Not a normal receipt that everybody gets. No, not me. My receipt is the law.
Or where you obtain the money order, that would be.
And then it's the semantics game. You know, these sovereigns are the kings and queens of semantics. You know they got to play the semantics game.
Magistrate court. And so if you have a receipt, if you have a copy of the money order, if you have even a bank transaction indicating where you withdrew that money from.
A bank transaction? You mean to tell me that, oh, y'all really believe that I'm ever going to take $1.5 million out of my bank account and send it to the IRS to pay a tax debt? Judge, if I actually had the money, I'd be trying to get on a payment plan or offering compromise so I could pay less out of my account. Judge, do you actually think that I would take $3 million out of my checking account and send it to the IRS for an estimated tax payment when I know I'm not going to have that much tax liability? I mean, my real money in my checking account? No, Judge, I only do that with these instruments and remittances because it's just on free money. I just make up the number print it out and send it. Of course, I would never do that with my real money.
Or where you obtain the money order, that would be some information that I could then go to the clerk and say, hey, I've got a party telling me that they made a payment and there's no record of it. Can you help me find this payment and why there's no record of it?
According to.
See, so hold on. Roll Tizzle. Hold on. Any normal functioning adult would say, Your Honor, here's a copy of the canceled check. Here's a copy of the bank statements. I'm about to email it to you now. The money left my account. There's a transaction code. I don't know what happened there. And then the court, they would have to accept it. But what sovereign citizens do, remember, their receipt is the law. And the law says you have to accept this. So therefore, I made the payment. And then, you know, the semantics game. You know how they play those.
There's no record of it.
According to law, I tendered the payment, and I don't know if there's some type of.
Hey, the law is always their receipt. Yo, as you cannot make this shit up.
You're rocking with the best.
You can't. I told you. The law is their receipt. The law is their receipt.
according to law, I tendered the payment, and I don't know if there's some type of mix up between both courts, but I filed it in both courts.
Lady, why are you evading the actual paper trail of it? Lady, why don't you just say what you sent, what checking account, what's the route? Why are you getting around all the real evidence that would actually show that you paid it? Why are you getting around all that? Why are you talking about according to the law? No, fuck law. Did you make the payment or not? It's very simple. Why are you going into law when it has law? Forget the law. Let's talk about the actual payment. Like when you send someone a Cash App, that's a payment. Zelle, payment. Writing the check on a legitimate account, not the Federal Reserve routing number, not your Social Security bank number as an account number. A money order, exchanging real cash. Exchanging real cash for the money, right? 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 So why what does the law have to do with this, lady? Did you make the payment or not?
The tender payment is there respectfully. Otherwise, I would not have been able, they even said this has to be satisfied in order to get a new case number for.
But you still haven't actually explained what tender of payment. Who even used that term anymore? I tendered the payment. Motherfucker, did you pay it or not?
This appeal.
Ms. Ballard, I understand that. All I'm asking is, can you tell me what was the amount? When was the payment? Where did you get the money order from? That's the type of information that I would then be able to go to the clerk and confirm that information.
See, but Your Honor, you're missing the point. People only give that information when they actually pay the normal, regular, real way. She's talking about a fictitious financial instrument that she just slapped the title and throw a bunch of HJR 192s on it and call it legal tender. She ain't gonna be able to provide that, Your Honor, because she never really made payment. She's playing the semantics game. Come on, Your Honor.
And then they might be able to track the payment and figure out where it went if you made the payment.
All right, can you hold one moment while I get the information? Thank you kindly.
Okay,
I'm back.
Excellent. Very good timing. Ms. Ballard, were you able to locate some materials regarding that matter?
Yes, so let me just turn on my camera real quick. One moment.
Well, hold on now. She about to have a bank transaction statement. Oh, I didn't think she was going to provide it.
Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I filed a notice of tender payment. Into the courts, and yeah, so
Can you explain it? Can you explain that tender payment? You showed it. Explain that document.
So to settle this account, I did file a tender payment to the courts, and I'm sure you can see the affidavit in there, and it has proper endorsement. It's been properly endorsed. And if you like, I mean,
Ms. Ballard, can you tell me the case number on that? Is it this case number 2023 CV 390-111, or is it the 23 ED 284322 case number?
Has anybody ever in life ever seen any payment that looks like that? I mean, we know what cash looks like. You know what a check look like that's written on a real account with money in it. You know what a money order looks like when you go exchange cash for it. We know what a wire transfer looks like Zelle, Western Union. Has anybody ever seen that? Hold on. Shit.
To the courts, and yes, so
Yes, ma'am.
I filed.
Has anybody ever seen that? That's payment? When did they start making that legal tender? Is that new? When that come out? I gotta go grab me some uncut copies of that. When that come out? Everybody seen that? When that come out? They made a new a brand new currency. Hey y'all, when they make a brand new currency on computer print paper and typed up ink, when they make that?
A notice of tender payment into the courts, and
look,
um,
look, can it? That's all. Explain it. You gotta explain that one away, because I ain't never seen that method of payment before.
yeah, so to settle this account, I did file tender payment.
You still talk, you just staying right there. Tender payment, settle it, tender payment. What is that? What type of payment is that? What type of instrument is that? You notice how she's not getting into that? You notice how she is sidestepping that? Somebody has the endorsement. What the fuck do you mean endorsements?
To the courts, and
you don't endorse it if you're tendering it. The court endorses it. If you're the issuer of it, why are you endorsing it? You may just sign it, but you don't endorse it.
And I'm sure you can see the affidavit in there, and it has proper endorsement. It's been properly endorsed. And if you like, I mean,
Ms. Ballard, can you tell me the case number on that? Is it this case number 2023 CV 390-111, or is it the 23 ED 284322 case number?
It's 23 ED 284322.
Okay. Give me a moment to look in the file and see what I can locate. Okay. Give me just a second.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your patience as I've sort of worked through this. Ms. Ballard, Ms. Akpati. I was able to locate the filing that that Ms. Ballard was referencing, which is a notice of tender of payment to settle and close account.
Wow. That's early 2000s for full settlement and closure of the. That's early 2000s sovereign citizen there. She took it back to the early 2000s.
Yes.
And is that the thing you were referencing, Ms. Ballard?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That was filed. It was filed in the magistrate court on December the 12th.
Yes.
Judge, all right, Judge, go ahead and just bust her bubble. Stop playing with her.
That's correct.
Okay. My review of the notice that you filed. So first of all, I've spoken with the clerk of court.
One more thing. This is where the delusion of the sovereigns come in at. Because they will actually get upset if you don't accept it, knowing deep down inside it's not legitimate. So that they'll actually get mad if you don't accept it, knowing that it's worthless pieces of paper.
And they have no record of any payment. They have looked everywhere they can think of, including associated with your name, associated with this case, associated with the Superior Court case, and they can find no record of payment. But more importantly, Ms. Ballard, my review of your filing seems to indicate that you are rejecting the acknowledgement that there is that money would be
building your online business. Go to Wix.com and set up your
Oh, by the way, I'm actually gonna build my website. I started it, but then I finished. I'm gonna complete it. I actually have my own website coming very soon. Be working aggressively on that. My website.
Like it doesn't appear that you actually submitted legal tender of any sort to pay or satisfy this. You instead submitted some sort of signed, some sort of authorized representative document, but no money order, no check, which I don't think they take, no cash, no certified check, anything like that. Is that an accurate statement? Am I correctly understanding what you filed, Ms. Ballard?
That's a good question now, Ms. Ballard. Don't start playing stupid. We don't want to care about the tender of payment. Don't say that again. She just let you know that's not good enough. She let you know the tender of payment is not good enough. All right? It's not good enough. Don't say it again. You got to go to plan D.
Filed a tender payment and...
God damn it. I just told you not to say it.
It didn't, I mean, the law says that I can tender a payment. It never stated how to.
Remember the semantics game? So, Ms. Ballard, would you take that tender payment to the grocery store and pay your bills with it? Ms. Ballard, would you take that to the grocery store and pay your bills with it? Pay your grocery bills with it? Would you take that to Walmart? Would you take that to Target? Would you take that to anywhere in the world and say, here? See how you got to play stupid to be a sovereign citizen?
To pay it. So, I mean, I fulfilled the contract based on the order. I mean.
Ms. Akpati, other than the motion that you filed regarding the lack of payment and your statements here that there has not been a payment, what is your position on behalf of your client on this matter?
My position is that this matter should be dismissed. Ms. Ballard has to comply with the order of the court before filing this appeal.
Okay. Ms. Ballard, I understand. I find, first of all, thank you for helping me understand what it was you filed, because originally when you were saying a money order or something like that, I was looking and I was not finding. And so I have reviewed what you filed now that I understand what I was supposed to be looking at. And
no, Judge, when she said money order, she didn't mean a money order that you exchange cash. Oh, no, she didn't mean that money order. She meant like, like this. It's something like a money order, tender payment, got the endorsements on there. They didn't say what specific kind of payment I can make. So I just tendered the payment, like this, just that, that's all, Your Honor. No harm, no foul.
Due respect, ma'am, but it is not filing a paper that says I hereby tender payment that is not actually accompanied by a payment recognizable in legal acceptable tender in the United States, then you have not made a payment under.
Now, this is where being a sovereign citizen, you will start to actually go insane. Because Ms. Ballard's been on this earth long enough to know that there is nowhere in the United States of America that she can take that paper and exchange it for any goods and services or meet any payment requirements, any court, anywhere. She already knows this. So the fact that she is actually going to get mad about it is beyond comprehension.
or any legal definition that
Y'all get like Ron T. Y'all get like Ron T. The cash app. Y'all get like Ron T.
I am aware of. And so as a result of that,
What species?
Excuse me, Ms. Ballard, I'm speaking, and in a moment I'll let you respond if you would like, but you have to let me finish.
Sure. Thank you.
So as I was saying, the motion I think is to dismiss the appeal of the dispossessory and to issue a dispossessory affidavit in stanter, which would seem to be appropriate here because there's been no payment made. And in the absence of a payment, there can be no appeal. And that is the position that D23 is taking. Would you like to respond to that before I rule, Ms. Ballard?
Yes. So, I mean, on the order, it did not specify how to pay. What species of payment is on there to pay. It was not specific.
Hey creators, do any of these comments look familiar? Yeah, same. But do any of these people actually?
I'm sorry, are you saying it wasn't
how to pay?
D3 is taking. Would you like to respond to that before I rule, Ms.
I want to make sure I heard what she said clearly. I want to make sure I heard this because I know I ain't just hear what the hell I just thought I heard.
Ballard.
Yes. So, I mean, on the order, it did not specify how to pay. What species of payment is on there to pay. It was not specific.
Ms. Ballard, where have you been for the last 25, 30 years? Under a rock? So you mean to tell me that they have to be specific with the payment, specific down to the species, when everybody else knows what is acceptable form of payment in the United States? Everybody, it's like you learn this fucking when you start learning about coins and quarters, like elementary school, right? So by the time you're fucking 4, you already got some idea what money is. But not Miss Ballard. They got to be specific. And I've seen this tactic so much, and it normally is used by people in 2 situations. They don't want to pay with real money, or they can't afford to pay with real money. When I don't want to pay this bill anymore, it's becoming a thorn in my side. I can't really afford to pay this bill anymore, but I still want to keep the goods or services or the property. Those 3 elements produces a sovereign citizen. That's all it is. It's not about rights, not about standing up for my feet. It ain't about none of that shit. I don't want to pay a bill anymore. I can't afford to pay the bill anymore, but I want to keep the goods and services and not be responsible for the obligation associated with them. Ladies and gentlemen, that's sovereign citizen.
I'm sorry, are you saying it wasn't specific in amount or it wasn't specific in method?
In method, yes.
Okay.
The semantics game. You would never win that argument in any courtroom in America because it's a matter of public knowledge. You cannot walk into 7-Eleven with that document. You can't send that to your mortgage company. Can't send it to the auto company. Can't send it to Walmart. Can't go into Best Buy with it. Can't go in the furniture store with it. Can't go to the movie theaters with it. Can't go to the bar with it. Can't go to a restaurant with it. Can't pay your insurance bill with it. Can't pay your light bill with it. Can't pay your electric bill with it. Can't even get anything off the ice cream truck with it. But yet, for Ms. Ballard, they got to be specific.
I disagree. This is a standard order, and the vast majority of everyone I've ever dealt with that deals with these orders understands that when it says tenant must, in capital letters, make the following payments into the court registry by the time specified, everyone understands that I've typically dealt with that means money that is recognizable as legal tender in the United States, which would either be cash or a money order or a certified check. And in the absence,
why, Miss Ballard, that had to be? Why did you need that clarification when you made payments in your lifetime using one of the above? Now, why in this situation you need clarification? Why the semantics game in this situation? And you know, another thing is when they do this, you know what the opposing attorney does? They just pull up an evidence of them actually making a payment in an acceptable form of currency. Remember, they start off paying the debt until they run across a social media teacher that said, pay your bills? What you got to pay your bills for? They share our 192. They took our gold. You can't pay your bills anymore. But sir, they've already been accepting their money order for the past 3 years, paying their mortgage. Sir, they never paid with gold or anything in their life. So how can they not pay their bills because they took the gold? Sir, everybody whose golds was taken under the executive order April 1st, 1933, they gave them legal tender in exchange for it. So those people actually got something in return to pay their bills. But no state shall make anything but gold and silver to payment of debt. Every state has adopted Federal Reserve notes as their method of payment, so they don't even use gold or silver anymore as payment anyway. You just don't want to pay the bill, can't afford to pay the bill anymore, right? All right, thank you.
of those things being paid, then the court wouldn't have any choice but to dismiss the appeal. And so
I gave you a bill of exchange, which is the same thing.
I'm sorry.
How? When the bill of exchange is used, how are they used? What's the party to the bill of exchange? It's a 3-party draft. I only see you. Where's the other 2 parties to the draft? When are bills of exchange actually used? With methods? I thought bills of exchange are mainly used for shipments of goods. The drawer, which is the creditor, draws an instrument on the drawee, which is the debtor, which the debtor directing the third party who's holding the funds of the debtor to make payment to the creditor, aka the drawer. How does that fit here? I keep forgetting, y'all. The secret treasury account. Damn it.
Ma'am? I gave you a bill of exchange, which is the same thing.
No, ma'am, it's not. A bill of exchange is not recognized as legal tender in the United States, and therefore...
And it's not legal tender. A bill of exchange is not legal tender, contrary to popular belief.
It would not satisfy the requirement that tenant must make the following payment into the court registry.
Will you be so kind to confirm under what law?
For that reason.
Oh, that's your job to confirm. That's your job to confirm that your bill of exchange is acceptable under law. It's not the judge's job. That's your job. You're the one that tendered it.
Reason I am dismissing case number.
I mean, ma'am, I object. I object. I mean, it's there. Under what law does it say that it is not a legal payment, a legal tender?
No, the question is, no, the reality is you were supposed to support law that says that that instrument was legal tender. It's not the judge to disprove it. It was your job to say it was and support case law. That's why she's giving you that look right there. And that's why Mr. Dappy is looking at you like, girl, you know what you're doing the whole time. Stop it.
So, in all honesty, I don't know the answer. I could do some research and find the answer, but Ms. Ballard, it's your obligation as the movant to provide the information that the court requires in order to understand your case, to accept your case. And
that's an absolute fact. It's your see, another thing with these sovereigns, they always expecting the judge to do their job for them.
You have not provided me, more importantly, with any.
No, but that's true. Ms. Ballard, if you are so adamant that it's legal tender, provide the evidence that it is. And you didn't provide the evidence that it is because you don't fucking know if it really is. You're just reading from a script and following a desperate attempt to save a property which you already lost. You got to get out. Just accept it.
In order to understand your case, to accept your case. And you have not provided me, more importantly, with any documentation or a legal citation that would provide me with some sort of basis to accept your providing me with this note of exchange as legal tender.
Notice how the judge said, what's the main thing? Case citation. They can never find a case citation where the judge has ruled in favor of the process and the position that they're taking in the moment. They can never find one.
As I said,
I get banned from a lot of TikTok's group because I always ask the guru to provide that case citation. And just like clockwork, every time I ask them to provide the case citation, they think I'm trolling, they think I'm this, and they'll ban me. I get banned. I asked one question. They ban me.
My understanding of the law.
They think that when they hold classes, like everybody just agrees. They ban anyone who questions.
Law is that a note of exchange is not legal tender recognized in the United States, and therefore it does not constitute a payment.
You have not provided me an answer. But under what
yes,
law?
ma'am, I did. The answer I gave you was that it was your obligation. Mr. Freehold, please mute Ms.
I need
Ballard
to finish what I have to say.
Now she's coming off the hinges because she's realized she's lost. Now she's going to start over talking. I need to finish what I got to say. She's going to say the same thing again. Your Honor, you haven't provided any case law that, but it's not the judge's. It's not even the judge's job to provide case law that says that it's your job to provide the judge case law so the judge can make the appropriate ruling. It's not the judge's job to provide you case law. They don't even know courtroom procedure.
Mr. Freehold, please mute Ms. Ballard if she's going to continue to speak over me. Thank you. Ms. Ballard, you've been muted because you continue to speak over me, which is disrespectful to the court.
Oh, they all do it, Your Honor. They all disrespect the court when they don't get their way. Oh, they all do it. And if they can't compose themselves in one of the most professional-like settings you're ever going to be in life, how do you think they're going to compose themselves in any other facet in life when they hear what they don't want to hear? Shit.
I'm not trying to be respectful. You're
Ms. Ballard,
me and not properly.
You are continuing to speak, and Ms. Ballard.
Should I switch to Monday CRM? I've been trying to configure this field for an hour, but this CRM sucks.
Shut up.
Stop. I understand that you do not like the outcome. I understand that you believe that legal tender or notice of exchange that you gave me should count, but it does not. The answer to this question is that the order that was entered says that tenant must make the following payments into the court registry, and there were no payments made into the court registry, and the filing that you submitted does not constitute a payment of legal tender into the court registry and does not constitute compliance with the order that you make a payment into the court registry. And therefore,
see, when I gotta make a payment, I gotta go here. When I gotta make a payment, I gotta go here. See, Navy Federal, I go here. Everybody else goes whatever bank on there to make a payment. Ms. Ballard, why you acting like You know that. Girl said, you trying to try shit to get out your obligations. You know what you're doing, Miss Ballard.
Or the case is going to be dismissed. Case number 2023 CB 390-111 will be dismissed for lack of payment. Anything else that the parties need? Ms. Ballard, you may pursue whatever appellate rights you wish to.
Shout out to Darren. Shout out to Darren. Appreciate you, Darren. They took my cash apps. I mean, not my cash, super chats, y'all. Shout out to Darren. Appreciate you, broski.
To pursue.
You cannot make a ruling over something that you don't know.
Oh, she's really coming off the hinges now. She got loud. Told you that sweet, soft talking voice goes out the window when they don't get their way. So she can't make a ruling of something she don't know. But yet, Miss Ballard, you did not provide any type of case citations that states that what you tender is legitimate and recognized by law. Want to know why? Because they never show any relevant case law that shows that the exact claim that they're pursuing, the judge has ruled in their favor, because there is none. That's what makes the whole process, documents that they do, dead on arrival. Because if you can't even pass the courtroom standard, what makes you think? But they still will run around teaching this. But you notice they only teach this stuff to people that believe and think the same way they do. You think people that know how to do independent thinking will fall for this? People who just know how to use common sense, you think they'll fall for this? The average person be like, so you want me to pay you $500 so you can give me this to pay my mortgage? What you use to pay your mortgage? That $500 you just gave them? That's what they used it. Remember, these sovereign citizen teachers, they give you these fraudulent packets with these fraudulent instruments to pay your debts, but they use the money coming in from you to pay their debts. Oh, they don't use the same stuff that they sell. Oh, hell no. Why would they? They know most people too stupid and too desperate to even... Listen, the sovereign citizen students are the most gullible, easiest people to scam.
Ms. Ballard, you may pursue whatever appellate rights you wish.
All you gotta do is tell them what they want to hear and let them be in a vulnerable, desperate situation. They'll open their whole fucking bank account.
Wish to pursue.
You cannot make a ruling over something that you don't know.
Wow. Damn, Miss Ballard. So sweet and soft.
I'm sorry, Miss Ballard.
You cannot make a ruling over something you can't know. You saying you don't know is an unacceptable response.
But once again, Miss Ballard, it's still the burden. You're the movement. So the burden's on you to provide her with the case law. But she want to skip over that part. No, she don't want to entertain that because the judge already told her that. You know, she ain't want to say nothing.
Respectfully.
Ms. Ballard, as I said, my answer was, if you would like to direct me to case law that says that what you submitted is legal, Ms. Ballard.
You see what I'm saying? She's still expecting the judge to do her work for her. She just said it. If you want to direct me to case law that states that whatever you tender has been accepted by courts, then she would entertain it. If that was me, I would have stopped and said, okay, Your Honor, case right here, 2017, case right here, 2020, hey, case right here, 2010, hey, case right here, 2021, case right here, same instrument, same facts, circumstances, everything. Then she would adjourn the matter and have a hearing on that. And she's going to do her research. And then she's going to look at the consistencies of that ruling. In this matter, you try to provide a one-off case, or one extreme circumstance case, it's not going to work. You got to provide a pattern of them ruling in favor of claims you make, not just no one-off 1789 case. You can't just cite one case. You got to cite a series of cases where courts at a different circuits or mainly in that controlling circuit has ruled similar on the claims that you make that's in line with the facts and circumstances of the claimants at those times. And these sovereign citizen teachers can never do it. They can never provide you with it. Never. Hallenberg versus Henkel, Guaranteed Trust versus Henwood. It's all the same old, outdated, played out sovereign citizen court cases. That's the only thing they're going to cite.
This is a court of law. It is unacceptable for you.
This matter is adjourned. Ms. Ballard, you may pursue whatever appellate remedies you would like to pursue.
Me, and we're going to have
This
another
matter
hearing
is
in
resolved.
person because you guys are very.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
You have got to be kidding me. What is going on today? This is a joke. Your state is absolutely an interpreter.
I need an interpreter when I cannot express myself.
Oh my God, sir, put that cigarette out. I don't give a crap that you are outside of this. What is wrong with everybody today? You know what, Miss Green, we're going to start bringing people into it. We're going to learn how to act in a courtroom.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Ma'am? Ma'am? Can you hear it? Okay.
Come and go, so let this feeling grow.
I'm sitting up here, I'm the one that needs a drink.
Oh,
you're rocking with the best. Bring that one back from the top. You're rocking with the best. We're about to take it back. You're rocking with the best.
Got Untouchable Empire, baby.
Man, oh man. How can people go to court without proof any of this stuff works beyond comprehension? No videos, court cases, just go in on a whim. That's exactly what they do. And who is telling them this stuff is going to work? Who is... I want to talk to the people who got them to believe that this stuff is going to work, because they're good. Because anyone with a brain would know, like, this just doesn't even make any... Anytime it's too hard to comprehend and understand, get away from it. I mean, at some point, now we know when you're learning new stuff, you got to put the piece. At some point, if you've been trying to add it and you still just... something's just missing, like something just don't make sense, that's your inner self telling you, Pay attention to it, y'all. You got to pay attention to it. You got to pay attention to it, man. I swear to God, you got to pay attention to it. You got to pay attention to it, man. All right, y'all. Before I go, man, ThomasLegacy603@gmail.com. Court cases, court motions, court filings, courtroom procedures, pleaders in motion, rules of evidence, auto securitizations, mortgage securitizations, credit card securitizations, true sales, secure bars, true lender doctrine, recharacterizations, defense and mortgage, defense and auto. Got court cases coming up, taxes. We cover a slew of topics in the Supreme Elite Team group. We ain't learning nothing like this in there. I tell you that much. We ain't doing that. Whatever that shit is, they be teaching people. We ain't doing that. But y'all, ThomasLegacy603@gmail.com. Get back with me. And we are gone for the gone.
Mr. 100 Round.
So with money talking, I'm talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. Them pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A royal special spot 'em, right around the top. So streets. Been about mine since I was in my dungarees. We blow a big tree the size of a jungle leaf. He think he big meat supplying with 100 piece. I'ma make it bounce back so all you get is straight pip. Triple B, no in between, so all the pitches can't miss. Have your daddy stuck right down that chimney like Saint Nick. To take your 2 cents and stick him in your anus. It's royal flush, nigga. I see your pantyhose. You bragging about one bra, bitch, nigga, I any hoes. I do not mingle, rotate them like hot singles. Just the sound of my money make they twat tingle. So if money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The pills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A word of pushing spot them, right around the top. So I'ma make it bounce back, so all you get is straight pit. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate shit. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, okay? I'm the lotto pick, I keep an honest click. And if we were a thing, that wouldn't be stopping it. We smell a bitch as if he stuck up in some doggy shit. Shorty sniffs my money, that gives me doggy licks. It's absurd how the chain is chipped up off the bird. Oh, half the rims, half the panties taken off his girl. Fuck the ground, oh my niggas post smell them birds. They say talk is cheap, so I'ma wholesale my words. I'ma make it bounce back. Niggas getting straight pit. Choking to his face blue. Bust the nigga bank crib. Fuck around, all my niggas off that same shit. Man, ain't no problem to get banged quick. So if money talking, my talking round the clock. What you need, you cop it. The bills, them pounds, them rocks. A couple niggas ballin', cause they got a block. A word of flesh, you spot them, right around the top. So I'ma make it bounce back, so all you get is straight pip. She fucking niggas' pockets, now they need a rape kit. Money's my motivation, that's why they hate this. Mommy talking round the clock, nigga no breaks, bitch.
Ha 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 ha!